On the docket here at 10 o'clock, a number of bills, just four, or three, modern math here. The first one I want to look at is we have some technical support here today on the Aeronautical Bill Institute. And that's going to be SB 216. Let me explain what we're doing here.
That's civics.
That's the civics bill.
24.
Oh yeah, Senate Bill 24. Alrighty, I don't have that. They didn't give me anything here. Okay, SB 24 is what we'll take up first here. And we're going to go into the executive session. Rather than posting another hearing, we've oftentimes taken technical support during exec sessions if we had questions. And so what I want to do is open up SB 24. And there were some technical questions which were asked when we were in this previously, discussing this on, was it April 11th?
Yes.
Yeah, April 11th. Time flies when we're having fun, doesn't it? And the technical questions were more aligned with what's been done with the Higher Education Commission, which looks at post-secondary education, and some questions regarding the Aeronautical Institution itself. So with that, we have invited today folks from that, and in pencil right here, I know we have Director Appleby here. Then we have the president of NEAI, Triant Flores, yes, and UNH Dean of Online, which is Scott Stanley. Scott's here. And we also have Don Burks from the Higher Ed Commission, who is, are you the chair of it, Don Burks? Yeah. Thank you. So, and who else is here to help you in this process? Because I'm going to just invite all four up at the same time if we could do that. So that, pardon me?
Just four.
Just four. So why don't we have all four come up to the mics right here, and we need to get this technical support and better understanding what has transpired. And Don, maybe if you could, or Steve, do you have a process in which you want to go through on this, or should we let Don, who's chairing that, you'll okay. So Dr. Appleby will go first, and then we'll just. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for your time this morning. Steve Appleby, Director of Educator Support and Higher Education at the Department of Education. One of my roles is to support the Higher Education Commission. It's one of the programs that I oversee at the department. From a process standpoint, the process for approving a new institution begins with the department forming a review team, of which in this case Dean Stanley was the chair of that team, and we asked the prospective institution to submit really a series of documents that line up to the standards in our administrative rules. And those standards track very closely to NETCHI's standards, the regional accreditor for New England. And as Dean Stanley leads the review team, they look at those standards, they interview faculty, they interview, of course, the administration. They look at finances, they look at curriculum, facilities if that applies, library, all those types of things you would expect from a college. And the review team then makes recommendations to both the prospective institution as well as to the commission. In this instance, the review team made a number of recommendations. The prospective college implemented those recommendations and reported back to the review team. At that point, the review team was satisfied and recommended approval to the commission. Next up, the prospective college presented to the commission, and the commission looked at the report generated by the review team and voted unanimously to approve the institution. So there were very few questions. In this case, the administration is known, shall we say. Dr. Flores was dean at Daniel Webster College?
Yes, Dean of Aviation.
Dean of Aviation at Daniel Webster College. He's also a commercial pilot and very involved in this industry. They presented quite a bit of information to support the need for this degree in the marketplace, which the commission was pleased to see. So that's kind of the overall process. It took probably a little over a year from start to finish. Of course, it took them a lot longer, right? But it took, from a commission standpoint, from the first presentation through the review and then through the final vote, took a little over a year. So, questions about the
Are there any
process?
questions for DOE? Yes, Representative Ford.
When the program, thank you, Mr. Chair, thank you for taking the question. When the program was at Daniel Webster, it was a full component of that avionics and other programs at the college, right?
I can speak to that. There was no avionics at
Okay.
Daniel Webster.
But then-
There were three programs, three undergraduate programs. One was flight operations, the other one was aviation management, and the third one was air traffic management. There was an airframe and power plant program, as it's called, which contains avionics, which is
where-
done at Nashua Community College.
On all of those programs were accredited and fully approved as at Daniel Webster that were simply brought forward.
They have not been brought forward, no. Daniel Webster ceased operations.
Okay.
And some parts of the school were acquired by Southern New Hampshire University, some programs. One of them was actually aviation. However, Southern New Hampshire University did not continue on that program. And it was at that time that when we saw how things were moving forward, me and the other three deans from Daniel Webster, all of who had left the school, some of them prior to the closure of the school, and we decided to restart the aviation programs in the state of New Hampshire for two different reasons. One is because, as Executive Director Appleby mentioned, the industry right now, or the need as far as the industry is concerned, is very robust, both in the United States and globally. And secondly, because we actually wanted to maintain that history, the rich history of an institution, and we acquired the name New England Aeronautical Institute, which is really how things got started for Daniel Webster. Before there was Daniel Webster, there was New England Aeronautical Institute. So that was a name that we actually took over. And we're rebuilding this, we're trying to rebuild this rich history based on that original name, which has been around since 1965.
Thank you.
And if I may, just one more piece of information in terms of those other colleagues. One of them is Tom Teller, who is at MIT Lincoln Lab. He went to as a chief research scientist at MIT Lincoln Lab after he left Daniel Webster. The other one is Nick Bertozzi, who is a professor at Worcester Polytechnic Institute. And the third one is John Slater, who started his own business. It's called Vision Energy Home. So he's a home builder in the state of New Hampshire. So I just wanted to make sure the commission knew who are the four people that were involved, me and the other three, in getting this thing started again.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock, do you have a question?
I do, Chair, on that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning, gentlemen. Scott, when Sigmund came a few years ago, in the dialogue of their reports, you had presented us, they had through the commission, a listing of things that were suspect in terms of they hadn't finished completed. And we have not, at least I have not, and I may be amiss, but I have not seen anything like that. So my question is, are there still areas that have not been completed, or is that chart graph you use typically filled, if you know what I mean?
Yeah, so thank you. I can speak to that. So interestingly, two very, very different colleges, right? And in this case, New England Aeronautical has fulfilled substantially all of the I don't want to say conditions because that's too strong, but conditions
Right.
that the review team laid out in their report. And at this point, NEAI has fulfilled all of those.
Okay.
And in fact, is much further ahead in the process in many ways than really Signum was when they came for approval.
Thank you. And if I may, it's not a question, but it's a comment. I'm in support of the program, and just as a CTE person, SAU 9, where I'm from, has an aviation program at the high school and works out of Eastern Slope in Freiburg, and it's really going great guns, catching on. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Representative Damon, did you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. So I was just curious for a little further history. Did the pre-existing New England Aeronautical Institute grant degrees?
As far as I know, yes.
And then, if I may, folded into Daniel Webster?
Yes. Or it was renamed. It became Daniel Webster because the institute it started as a flight school, and then it became a degree granting institution. But the reason why I'm hesitant to answer your question directly is because there's no definitive history in regards to that. Some people are there even right now that they have degrees. They may be associate degrees and not baccalaureate degrees. So that's why I'm not exactly sure. But yes, they did have degree granting authority.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Myler and then Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here to help clarify some of our questions. Mr. Appleby presented to us on the 29th of March, indicating that this program is primarily an aviation management program. That's correct? Am I correct in?
It is an aviation program. I wouldn't classify it as an aviation management program, but it's definitely an aviation program.
But it's not a pilot training program.
It is definitely not a pilot training
Thank you.
program. Yes, it's not
Yeah.
a program that focuses on training commercial pilots. That's your question, right?
Well,
Yeah, we don't train. Well, if I may, there are two components in training a professional pilot. One is a academic component, and the other one is an actual flight training component. So the institute is not involved in flight training at all. It's an academic. It's a college. It's a college that focuses on providing undergraduate education with focus in aviation.
And Mr. Appleby indicated that you are strongly capitalized. Could you explain what that means?
I would think it relates to two different sorts of capital. One is human capital, which I think we are very strongly capitalized, and the other one is financial capital, which I also think we're strongly capitalized. What we did was we try to focus our efforts based on very prudent strategic planning, based on best practices. So as far as human capital is concerned, the chair of our board is George Antoniadis. Mr. Antoniadis owns the largest aviation aviation-related company in New England, not just in the state of New Hampshire. It's based out of P. So he actually is the chair of our board. I mentioned the other three members of the board. We have the provost of the University of New Hampshire as a member of our board. We have other people from academics. Wendy Hyatt is a member of our board who is in charge of co-op at University of Massachusetts Lowell. And we also have Senator Susi on our board, as well as a professor from the University of Texas, who is actually a management strategy professor, the executive director of CAPA. CAPA is the Coalition of Airline Pilots Association. So it's basically the union that represents all pilots in the United States. And interestingly enough, even though she's based in DC, she's from New Hampshire. She's originally from New Hampshire and very eager to help support this initiative. So I believe in terms of human capital, in terms of as reflected on our board, we are very strongly capitalized because we have people with aviation experience, with higher education experience, with industry experience and international experience as well. As far as finances are concerned, what we decided to do is basically take a prudent approach as far as financial management is concerned. So to spend what we need, no more. And that's really what we have done. So we've been very prudent in our spending, and we have not acquired, nor do we plan to acquire any debt in building out the institute. So the people that have actually financed the endeavor is the owner of a flight school, who is also a member of our board, as well as Mr. Antoniades, who I mentioned before. So this is where we have drawn, and some of our personal funds as well, because we believe in the initiative, but this is where we've drawn the capital. In addition to that, we have secured a surety bond with an insurer, so that, and we already have that, even though we don't have any students yet, but we do have the bond in place, so that we protect potentially, especially in the first years of operation, students that would enroll in the institute. I hope I've answered your question.
Yeah, you've gone beyond my questions, but you have answered one of the questions, because I was wondering about the fidelity bond.
Yes.
Because one of the issues that this committee has had to deal with is to ensure that if something from a fiscal standpoint, the institution would cease to exist, we don't want to have students who are then out their tuition. So thank you for that clarification. The other question I have too is, I'm assuming is this a 4-year program, so that somebody at the end receives a Bachelor of Arts degree?
Yes, sir.
correct? Okay.
Bachelor of Science.
And how many students are you anticipating to be engaged in this program?
We have right now recruited 5 students to run a pilot program, no pun intended, to just basically test our educational model, to test our technology, to basically test the way that we are planning on running the institution. So these 5 people are aware that they are in a group of pilot testing this program. We actually think it's going to be a very successful program in the future. I can tell you about my experience with Daniel Webster, and things have moved forward significantly since the Daniel Webster times. But the reason why I was recruited to be the Dean of Aviation Sciences at a fairly young age at Daniel Webster was my experience with distributive education, with a hybrid program, as it was called, at Concordia University. I was a director of a master's degree program at Concordia University, which was hybrid. And that was a very successful program, Concordia in Canada, in Montreal. And at Daniel Webster, for a master's degree program in 2007, because this is when it got started, the second year we had 100 students. So here, what online education means in today's world is totally different than what it meant in 2007. So the potential for online education is more significant right now. Here we have a bachelor's degree program. So the group of people that could potentially draw from is enormous. And Daniel Webster's efforts were focused on the US market, not on the international market. Our efforts are going to be focusing on the international market. Actually, our curriculum is so incredibly unique. Nobody else has it because nobody else can actually do it. We have combined the thinking of the Federal Aviation Administration in regards to flight operations training and the European Aviation Safety Association. Nobody can do this, not even Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, which is a very, very important university as far as aviation education is concerned. So we think, I'm sorry, Representative Myler, I'm an academic, so when you give me the floor, I tend to perhaps speak a little too much. But so we think it's going to be successful because without any effort, we have 5 students. When we actually started, when we have our website live, our website exists, and the folks at the commission have actually seen it. But it's not live because we don't want it to be live until we have approval through the legislature. We want to be very, very careful in regards to this. After we run our pilot testing and we work through the kinks, the issues that we're sure actually exist, despite the fact that we think it's a very a very novel and innovative curriculum and approach. We will use social media, we will advertise, we will use business to business. We already are in touch with CAPA, as I said before, Coalition of Airline Pilots Association. We're in touch with United Airlines through their ab initio program called Aviate, and they're actually eager to work with us, as well as with several organizations outside of the United States. So this has the potential of attracting hundreds of students in the future.
Thank you. Just one final question. As a graduate of your program, what kind of job will I be able to get? Thank you very much.
As a graduate of the program, you could be an airline pilot. This is a highly sought and very professional occupation. So essentially, however, we're not going to be offering pilot training, but if a pilot receives their training, let's say in Nigeria or at the Concord Airport, at the flight school at Concord Airport, we will be offering a credit for that. Otherwise, they will take the grounds portion, that's what I mentioned before, not the flight portion, just the academic portion with us. So they can become pilots, airline pilots, corporate pilots, flight instructors, or they could work in management functions for an airline, for a corporate aviation, for a manufacturer. And actually, we have one of the 5 students is a flight attendant. She works as a flight attendant, and she's interested in getting this degree because she has an aspiration to move into a management position. And with a degree in aviation, the degree is not in flight training, the degree is not in flight operations, it's a bachelor's of science in aviation. So it captures everybody.
Thank you. Representative Cascade and then Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You answered a lot that I asked, but you made me think of some other questions, so I'm sorry. Do you plan to recruit in high schools, and what is your targeted date to launch?
We would, thank you so much, Representative. We would like to launch in October of this year. So our first regular semester to be in October of 2023. After finishing with our pilot testing and making sure that everything is in order. By the way, we've already recruited the faculty. The faculty have been trained in our model, so we're ready to go in terms of that, and we're building some of the details of the curriculum. Yes, absolutely. We would like to work with high schools, and the representative before mentioned a high school, an aviation program in a local high school. I was part of the effort to create these types of programs in New Hampshire high schools. And I've done this in Canada, and I've done this in Greece. And I've been a major supporter of STEM education with an aeronautics focus starting at a young age. I've worked with AOPA, which is the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association, towards that endeavor here in the United States. At Daniel Webster, we had ACE camps from the FAA that we brought high school students on campus, but this is even better. The campus goes to the student rather than the student having to go to the campus. So yes, the simple answer to your great question is absolutely. High school students are incredibly important. They're the future. And as far as I'm concerned, they need to start understanding the industry, an industry that needs to be much more inclusive, which is, but it needs to be even more. And to do that, you have to go to 11-year-olds and show them what they can actually do. And get them started from there. So yes, and we want to do this. We want the New Hampshire name to be, or the quality of higher education, the reputation of the quality of higher education in New Hampshire, not only to be maintained, but to be enhanced through our efforts. Because I think one of the advantages we have is that we don't have any legacy structures or costs or anything. Everything is new, and we look towards the future. So again, yes, high schools are incredibly important for us, but we're also there for professionals. Believe it or not, there are a lot of people around the world that fly the planes you fly in as passengers that do not have bachelor's degrees. Because the industry is so dynamic, they found jobs before they were able to complete their degrees, or they never did. Some of them, if they lose their medical, they're a high school graduate. So a lot of these people would like to have this degree. And again, a lot of these people are not just here in the US or in New Hampshire. They're all over the world. And that's what we're trying to capture. So thank you so much for your question.
Representative McDonald?
Thank you, and thanks for taking the question, really for the expertise regarding this issue. You mentioned that you are an online institution based in Hollis, New Hampshire, but also that you do not have degree granting authority, at least not at this point, in other states. Would that limit students from other states from taking part in this? If you had, say, a Massachusetts, Maine, Vermont, etc., resident who wanted to get a degree from NEAI, would they still be able to?
That's a fantastic question, and I can maybe start answering, but Executive Director Appleby can definitely answer to the more structural issues in terms of that. By the way, we filed our initial paperwork, the 5 friends, I really dare to say this because that's really, we're 5 friends that did the initial paperwork for the Institute over 3 years ago now, using just a residential address. But our address right now is 101 Flight Line Road in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. So it's at Pease Air Force Base. So this is the base of this institution, of this institute, is Pease Air Force Base, which is really the center, it should be the center of aviation activity as far as the state of New Hampshire is concerned. There is a federal law which called NC-SARA, which we are not going to participate right away. So we will be available for New Hampshire residents to register initially, as well as residents from other states that are not signatories to NC-SARA. We cannot participate in NC-SARA yet because you have to be accredited before you do the paperwork to participate in NC-SARA. So if a resident of a state that, and this will be disclosed on our website, but if a resident of a state that is NC-SARA signatory applies, then unfortunately we won't be able to admit that individual initially.
All right. Follow up, please. So this is New England Aeronautical Institute. Are the other New England states a part of that? And would the students from those states be able to participate?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So the SARA agreement encompasses 49 states currently. The state of California is not a signatory to the agreement. And really what SARA allows institutions to do is not go state by state to receive approval for their degree. In the case of NEAI, if they wanted to enroll students from Massachusetts, they would need to seek approval from the state of Massachusetts. It isn't degree granting approval like this, but every state, and we have the same process here in New Hampshire, every state has their own framework, shall we say, and rules around approving out-of-state programs. If they're a signatory to SARA and the institution that's remote to that state is a signatory to SARA, well, then that's all that needs to happen and they're approved to operate in that state. However, for us, we get a significant number of California-based institutions will want to offer an online program here in New Hampshire. And the Higher Ed Commission conducts a review of that program and then approves or doesn't approve that program to be offered in New Hampshire. But that's just California. Every other state is a member of SARA. And so in the case of NEAI, if they did not yet have accreditation and therefore could not be a signatory to SARA, they then would seek approval individually state by state.
Okay.
So
And that's an additional process, more paperwork and.
that's, yep, and they would go to, and that wouldn't involve us here in New Hampshire except to confirm what we've already done, right? But other than that, it's up to Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and so forth.
All right. Thank you.
Dr. Brooks, I have a question for you. As chair of the commission that approved reauthorize the Kempler degrees, you approve, make recommendation that way. When you're chairing this, how would you rate this application in terms of some of the others that you've recently gone through? In terms of your recommendations or issues that you perceive or see?
Well, I think we look at each of these institutions a little bit differently as we look at it. I will say this this is definitely a startup, and I think we looked at it as a startup. It's got issues that we are going to have to be dealt with faculty, and it's got issues that's going to have to be dealt with financially. But we looked at the board, we looked at all the elements of how they did their plan, and we asked a lot of questions. Also had to do with what their financial situation is, and I think that's a bootstrap in some ways as it goes forward. But I want to tell you, after we had a discussion, we voted for it unanimously. So how would I rate it against the others? It's so different than some of the other institutions that we consider that it's sometimes difficult to do a comparison from one to the other. What we really look at is what is the results of the study and what have they done to prepare to be able to offer a good, solid education for their students. And when we went through that, they looked very good. But they're still to be proven. I mean, this is really an early process. I don't want to mislead anybody to say this isn't like an established institution somewhere wanting to start something in New Hampshire. This is an institution that is really starting pretty much from the ground up, but with a lot of skill sets brought from a lot of different areas to make it so that we felt like as a commission that they had brought the skill sets together to be successful in their endeavor. And they also fill what we consider to be a hole in some of the educational environment that's out there. So the combination of what they were doing, the novelty of how they're approaching it, the need in that area, and the quality of the individuals they had brought together to run and set this up assured us that they had what was needed to be successful. Now, we're going to have to check with them from time to time to monitor their progress, but I think it's hard to compare it against another institution that might want to do some things here because it's so original in its idea and concept. But I think they are well prepared for what they're trying to accomplish and do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks again for joining us here this morning. And I know you have a lot of things on your agenda, a lot of things to do. Just a couple of questions. One of them, actually, when do you expect to receive accreditation?
We are going to start accreditation for us right now, or our thinking towards accreditation is twofold. One is aviation accreditation. There is an organization called ABI, Aviation Accreditation Board International. We've already started a discussion with them. And to be able to actually start the process of accreditation, you have to have at least one graduate. So it's not something that can happen overnight. And the other one is Distance Education Commission, and the process is also very similar. So our effort has already started towards these two accreditations. That will be important, but it will be a process, just like regulatory process here. It's going to be a process, but we're prepared for it. By the way, I'm a member of the Board of Trustees of ABI, and I've worked on NETSI accreditation before, very successfully, for also another startup institution. I worked on, and my colleagues also, the academics, are very familiar with this process. It should be, yeah, it's a process, and we have to have at least one graduate to get it started.
Okay, and then a follow-up to that, Mr. Chair, actually, I think goes to Dr. Burks or Mr. Appleby. With respect to the Higher Education Commission, Doctor, you talked about how you follow the schools that have applied for degree granting authority, through the process, because obviously this is, I don't know, one of the early steps, and there's a lot more potentially years more steps ahead of us. And you've described NEAI as a startup, and I think that's a fair way to describe it. And without making any negative aspersions on things, I've been involved with startups before. Some of them take off, no pun intended. Others, I'll avoid using the crash word, but but should things not not continue down the road, what steps does the Higher Education Commission take at that point, now that the state has approved degree granting authority? And I'm just wondering what happens during the breakup.
Start. I'll let Steve say some more, but I'd say from our perspective, this is like the first or second bite out of the apple. And what we have to do is track that process and see how they're succeeding as time goes on. I think we have another session later in the year where we get together with them. So it's not an unfamiliar process that we go through to check out institutions, because there are institutions that have struggled from time to time, and we review them and make suggestions, and then we make decisions on how to go forward. Steve, you want to add anything?
Thank you for the question. All I would add to that is we have a number of institutions, both in-state and out-of-state, that we require an annual report from for the commission. And that annual report, could be just and even current institutions that have a new program that's a new degree outside of their functional area, they provide us an annual report that talks about how many students, finances, outcomes. And that annual report gets filed with the commission every year. And in this case, it would be a rather extensive report versus just one particular degree from an existing institution, which might be 2 pages. We would expect to see a multi-page report really addressing every single standard in our administrative rules and how their progress is tracking towards those standards. And those are the standards that line up with NETCHI standards as well.
And just to make sure I understand this, again, this really has nothing, it's not specific to NEAI, but I think it's more specific to the process of approving degree granting authority, since we don't do this very, very much in this committee. I mean, we've probably heard 300 bills since the last time.
Over the period of years here, in the 15 years I've been here, we have approved a number of authorized a number of institutions, and working with the commission. And the commission members are folks which come from all our public schools, the presidents, and then we have non-public higher ed involved, folks appointed by the governor. It's a really professional, a knowledgeable commission, which we've tagged this huge responsibility too. So
I do, yeah. So the question here is, and I think Mr. Chair, you laid it out really well when you talked about over the years we've had a number of applications. I think certainly prior to my time on this committee, and maybe prior to my time being in the legislature, I had seen some news reports on colleges that were given degree granting authority, and then subsequently folded. And I was wondering, is there a point at which the Higher Education Commission says you can no longer operate with any authority in the state of New Hampshire?
Thank you for the question. I'm just thinking through, there's one example in my 18 years. I was on the commission for 10 years prior to coming to the department. We had one case back around probably a dozen years ago now. It was the Italian college. I don't know if you were even on the commission. That was pre you. So it was a while ago. And I'm trying to recall exactly how we handled that situation. If I recall, we never actually approved them as a commission. They had applied, they had trouble fulfilling requests, they had trouble proving finances. And this went on over the course of several higher ed commission meetings, but ultimately they were never given degree granting approval. It never even came to the legislature. It didn't get out of the commission. So
But should something happen to an institute that has received degree granting approval, does that, like, I'm not aware that it gets rescinded by the legislature. Could it be rescinded by the Higher Education Commission?
There's a couple different points. These issues weren't too prevalent maybe 10 years ago. They've become a very big part of the accreditation process for every institution right now. I think NETCHI is reviewing maybe 100 institutions that are in some state of struggling. So as they go through the accreditation process, they're not only going to have us looking at them, but they're going to have other institutions that are accrediting them looking at these exact issues because they become such a part of higher education these days.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you. I just, kind of an interesting question. Why do you call it an institute rather than a college or a university? I've noticed that there's an aeronautical institute out of Washington, D.C., and it just seems like to separate yourself, you would be a college or a university.
We focused on tradition, and we wanted to reinstitute the New England Aeronautical Institute, which was and is known to be a New Hampshire institution with a long tradition. So that's why we called it an institute. There was no other reason whatsoever. Perhaps in the future, as NAIA became Daniel Webster, we may consider renaming it, but it's only for historical reasons and for no other reason whatsoever.
Yeah, why is RPI called RPI? Yeah. So, yes, Representative Portiello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all, but I don't know exactly who to direct this to. Since you're seeking, a bachelor degree status, obviously this is not just a technical program. And so what I would like to just hear more about is sort of the non-aeronautical aspects of the curriculum. Sort of, do you have a core curriculum? What does that consist of? So.
Absolutely. It's the curriculum is broken down in three parts, very conventional in terms of higher education, and the federal guidelines have been followed in regards to building the curriculum, in regards to the proportion of general education versus major versus specialization, and these are the three components. So 1/3 of the curriculum is general education, 1/3 is what we call core, and the other 1/3 is the major. So Gen Ed, I'm sure you're very familiar with it. It takes a very civic engagement type approach to general education. I think it's very forward thinking. We have arts and we have sciences as part of that. Critical thinking, very important, history, so on and so forth. And the second piece is the major, the core, which is basically what everybody, just the general knowledge as far as aviation is concerned, how an airport is run, how an airline is run, how air transport management is run, about safety, risk management, security, and so on and so forth. And the third piece focuses on more specialized information that has to do with flight operations. Again, it has to do with regulatory structures. It has to do with flight dynamics, aerodynamics, things like that.
Could I ask one little other question?
Yes, one follow-up.
Okay,
We also are trying to, almost ready to institute the 3-minute rule.
Well, this, it's quick. I just want clarification, and maybe I missed this. Is this like 100% online now? that you're proposing? Do you have any anticipation of any kind of brick and mortar? When I think of like airplanes and stuff, I kind of think of like maybe hands-on.
It's only the theoretical part. It's only the academic part that we're actually focusing on. So yes, it is online, and it's not just online; it's asynchronous online to be able to focus on that.
Good question. Thank you.
So again, nobody who graduates will be a pilot just because of graduation. They may be a pilot already, or they may be somebody who is training to be a pilot and is doing that, is doing the theoretical piece together with that. But the only course which is challenging in this type of an environment, it's the physics course. It's none of the aviation courses. It's the physics course, and we actually have built a virtual lab for the physics course because this is a fundamental, a very important part of general education. And we've used the guidelines of AABI, Aviation Accreditation Board International, in terms of how this knowledge is structured, how these pieces of knowledge are structured.
Representative Damon?
Thank you. So two, I think, related questions. How many students do you think you need to be a viable operation? And then I'll connect that to the other.
The business model we are using is one that focuses on variable costs. There's very little in terms of fixed costs that are associated with the school. So every course to be able to run successfully and make a profit needs at least three students, because all the costs are associated with the instructors. Instructors get paid by the student and not by the course. A lot of schools in Europe, a lot of universities in Europe do that. It's a way to do it. So basically, if you have 10 students, you get paid for 10 students. If you have 3 students, you get paid for 3 students, because you don't show up in a classroom and spend an equal amount of time. You spend enough time individually with each of the students going through and right now, I mean, higher education is all about deep expertise. It's not about lecturing. I hold the knowledge. The knowledge is everywhere. You have to guide the students. So that's really our model there. So to be more direct in terms of answering your question, we believe and the financials are available. The commission has them. There's a 5-year budget. There's a 5-year plan. I'm sorry. There's a budget. There's startup costs and then operational costs that are factored in, technology, and so on and so forth. We expect to be to break even after 3 years of operation with approximately 50 students. And anything beyond that should be profitable. And this profit, as a not-for-profit, will be reinvested in building this institution, because we already have, as strategic management theory tells us, we already have in our mind a growth plan. I mean, we actually want to move into some other areas of aviation that we believe we can actually serve, but have to start from somewhere.
Representative Ford?
I had a related.
Pardon me?
I had a related question.
Oh, quick follow-up.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So, related to that, then, are you confident of the availability of the faculty that you need for those numbers of students? Because I know in unrelated areas of higher ed, say nursing, lack of faculty is inhibiting enrollment of students.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, we are. And we already have a cadre of faculty which are from all over the world, actually. They're based here in the United States. They're based in New Hampshire, in other states in the US, in Europe. Yes, and because our approach, it's not geographically confined, and that's why it's easier to be able to tap the talent that we actually need.
Representative Ford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. As soon as I get hooked up here. Do you have provisions already for students transferring, say, from community colleges and other places to do various parts of your program?
Yes, sir. We do, and they are part of our institutional catalog. These policies have been written, they've been vetted, and they've been approved by the Higher Education Commission. So the clear answer is absolutely yes. And we actually expect quite a few students like that. Perhaps somebody who already has, again, a commercial pilot's license and no degree, they can transfer credit based on that license. Somebody coming from a community college or a high school student who has taken advanced placement courses can enter in. So we have a policy that holds its water in terms of the commission, as well as in terms of NETCHI. I mean, we took NETCHI's guidelines in regards to minimum amount of credits required for graduation, maximum amount of credits transferred. So it's already there.
Are there any further questions? Representative Luno?
No 3-minute rule applies. So I was just looking up Abbey on the online and looking at their trustees, and they've got quite a few trustees, obviously representing a lot of very well-recognized institutions and companies. But I was just wondering, is there a concern? I know I see Dr. Fleury's name also on the list of trustees, and I was wondering, is there any conflict given the accreditation, being a trustee on the board that is accrediting the new institute?
There is not, because I'm not part of the proceeding. If my institution goes up for accreditation, then I have to recuse myself. And actually, interestingly enough, there are recusals, even if somebody there, let's say, is now the dean at Purdue University, but got their degree from Embry-Riddle. When Embry-Riddle is up for reaccreditation, that dean from Purdue recuses herself because she has a degree from an institution that is going up for accreditation. So yeah, it's a matter of, I'm on the curriculum committee as well. So if anything comes up, I've set up like partnership agreements with like Bridgewater State University in Massachusetts. When they go up for accreditation, I recuse myself because I've done business with them. So, but
And that's not really atypical. Don, you're president of PSU. You are a trustee. You are chair of this commission. Any conflicts?
Yeah, you could say we're pretty incestuous in the sense that there's only so many of us, and we serve on these various groups. So, just to use an example, NETCHI Keen. President Melinda serves on NETCHI. She just went through a review process, had to recuse herself as she went through that process. So very usual because they want to have the best expertise on these boards, that we're all involved in some ways or another. But we try to do it in a way, in a process, so that we not only recuse ourselves, but we have to be responsive to the process. And when we go through an accreditation process, we bring together experts from all across the universities that are a part of us that bring all sorts of different viewpoints. I just did a review myself, and I can tell you the process and the expertise you bring from different directions assures a pretty balanced review of accreditation.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee from all these experts in front of us? Sounds like a wonderful program. We wish you luck on it. Not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much. So, pardon me? You want to executive right now to get this done? Okay, at this time, I will put forth a motion. I will put forth a motion to OTP SB 24.
Second.
Dr. Fleur, just stay here first. We're gonna take care of you right now.
So we have on the table right now a motion of ought to pass on a relative to conferring a degree granting authority to the New England Aeronautical Institute, SB 24. We have a motion made by myself and a second by Representative Myler. I have no further discussion. Representative Myler?
No, thank
Is there any discussion from the committee? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Representative Boyd.
Just take him first right now. Yes.
Okay. Representative Boyd,
Yes.
Representative Lucas,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peterno,
Yes.
Representative Portillo, yes. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luna,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Consent? So we'll go on the consent calendar and hopefully the House floor will take it like that and it's on to the governor. Thank you very much. Best of luck with your program. Okay, what we're going to do now is that we're going to take a brief caucus. We have several other bills which we have to address. And how much time do you need, Representative Myler? About 15 minutes? Okay, we're going to take about 15 minutes here to have a caucus come back and address the other bills which we have in the docket. I don't know if there's any rooms available across the way. Thank you.
I have to run up and get
continue our executive session, and we're looking first at SB 135. This is relative to alternative dispute resolution in special education. I'd like to recognize Representative Ford for a motion.
OTP.
Is there a second from Representative Luno? Okay, Representative Ford, do you have any further discussion on the bill itself?
No further discussion.
Okay. Representative Luno,
No, I'm good, thanks.
you're welcome. Are there any further discussion from the committee? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to introduce a minor amendment to SB 135, Amendment 1411H, which I did not pass out yet. I will do now.
We have them now. Oh, I'm sorry.
Does everybody have a copy?
Not yet.
Going around.
Okay.
We didn't know about this.
And while that's going around, just to be a time saver, at the bottom, all I've added here is 2 sentences. Alternative dispute resolution shall not be initiated by the state or local education agency in circumstances in which the parent guardian wishes to refuse services entirely and shall be discontinued upon such refusal. And this is just a small change I wanted to make to head off one potential problem I could see. I can see a lot of good things in this bill, but I have heard from some constituents that because their schools may have decided that they wanted to try to do an IEP or something along that line, but a parent did not want that to happen, that in some circumstances the schools have attempted to negotiate with and convince them with over a period of time to do it anyway. And I can see this potentially resulting in a circumstance where the school says, well, we don't have to do it right now, but let's just keep talking about it. And let's just keep talking about it as something that could happen over a long period of time to draw this out when a parent really doesn't want it to happen. So I want to make that clarification that if a parent says no, that's the final word. That's it.
Further discussion from the committee on that bill? Representative Cascadden?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's no need for this language because I don't know if you know the IEP process or the special ed process, but parents, when they don't want to go through a dispute, they can sign and refuse services. There's already a form and a process for a parent to deny either continued alternatives or continued discussions. So there's no need for it.
Representative Lucas?
Yes, I wanted to ask you about that. You specifically, because you're familiar with this. In the dispute resolution, the law that's in there, the alternative dispute resolution, and it does say if it has been rejected by the parent, then it establishes a 30-day period for discussion. But if the parent is so, I guess that made it unclear to me that the parent could absolutely say no and that's the end of it. That it wouldn't go to this dispute resolution automatically.
Parent can sign a refusal of services at any time, based on my
And that's the end of
experience.
it.
Unless they come back and say, well, now we think they need speech, now they should have
But-
this, they should have that.
Right. Thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
That is my understanding as well. Although there are some situations where a parent, may not be capable of making a decision but then you wouldn't be really in a dispute situation like this. But I have, in all the years as a school principal, I've never experienced a situation. If a parent doesn't want to move forward, they don't move forward with anything. Becky, do you have anything on that at all? Because you were a director and this is your bailiwick.
Has this been moved in second?
See, was there a second on did you put your amendment forward?
Yes, I believe I motioned.
Who seconded that?
I don't know if we had a second.
Okay, we need to have, before we can have any discussion on that amendment, we really need to have a second on the amendment. Did you second it, Alicia? Or
I can, so we can discuss
for
it.
discussion
Yes.
purposes, okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Becky.
Good morning. For the record, Becky Wilson, Director of Governmental Relations for the New Hampshire School Boards Association. Previously a special education director here in the state for about 20 years. I want to reiterate Representative Cascadin's point, which is there are specific rules around going to due process when there is a disagreement between the parents and the school district. For the very first initial evaluation of the child or the first identification, the school district is not allowed to pursue due process in that case. So if it's the very first time a child's ever been referred, you go through the referral process, you want to offer the student an IEP and the parent says no, you cannot go to due process for that. It's legally not allowed. There are also some times though where the district is obligated to get a resolution through the special ed rules. So there are times where you can't just let a disagreement hang out there. You have to pursue due process in order to get resolution to meet your obligation as a school district. So there are very specific situations in which you can and cannot, as a district, file for due process. And that would be the only time that a district would pursue something, even if the parent didn't want it, in terms of resolution, not necessarily in terms of doing what the district wants versus what the parent wants, if that makes sense.
And is this all premised on IDEA?
It's based off the federal law, and the New Hampshire rules also supersede and go beyond sometimes the federal law in New Hampshire, that we exceed a lot of the federal IDEA with more options from New Hampshire.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, when you say due process, you're referring here to the alternate dispute resolution process?
Thanks for the question. The dispute resolution process has multiple parts to it. If a district is going to go to mediation or a parent wants to go to mediation, it's still part of the dispute resolution criteria. So there is paperwork that the parents and the district both have to fill out collaboratively to file for the due process. As part of that, you would check off as a district and as a parent whether you're willing to try mediation before you go to a due process hearing. Most often, people will do that because there's a very good chance that you can resolve whatever the issue is in mediation without going all the way through to a due process hearing. But that's all part of the dispute resolution options.
Go ahead.
Just to follow up on that. So ultimately, there is no way under current law that should a parent refuse an IEP, but the school wanted to do it, that the school local education agency could then initiate the alternative dispute resolution process to try to negotiate or anything else for that IEP.
Thanks for that question. So the district does have an obligation called Child Find to seek out and find students with disabilities and ensure that they are appropriately evaluating those students to the extent that they can with parental consent to offer that child whatever services they might need to in order to access their education. As part of, annual evaluations and things that are happening at the classroom level, there is a chance that if they've already found that there's some concerns for that child's education, they've referred the child, they've gone through that process, and the parents have said, no, thank you, that the next year, so to speak, maybe there's more evaluations that are done to, as part of classroom learning, and there's concerns that are again brought up. The school district has to respond to the concerns. They can't just say, well, 3 years ago, the parents said they didn't want this, so we're never going to bring it up again. That would put the district in a position where they're not really meeting their obligation for that student. They would have to at least talk to the parent about their ongoing concerns. But the parent still, to Rep. Cascadin's point, would have to give consent for further evaluations or anything like that. The district, though, for its own liability, would need to document that they've at least expressed to the parent that there's some concerns in that area, so that when that child turns 16, 18, they're not saying, you let us go our entire school career without giving us any help.
Representative Woodcock?
Hey, Chairman Ladd, this is probably for you, sir. I just want to be sure that the amendment doesn't negate on the original bill lines 15 through 19. I'm specifically concerned about, Mr. Chairman, lines 17, 18, and 19. So that this is only for two and doesn't impact, I just want to be clear, it doesn't impact those three lines? Is that how you
Yeah,
read it?
that's only for section,
Two, Roman numeral two.
yeah, section 2 is not
Right.
changed by this amendment.
Okay, correct, the number, the non-Roman numeral two, correct. I just want to be sure that on this initial bill on, Rick, on 17, 18, 19, that mutually agreeable 30 days is still in there. It's not deleted by, or negated by this one.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Further discussion? Thank you very much, Becky.
You're welcome.
This wasn't here. I want to make sure this did not negate that.
So we have before us the amendment. Any further discussion on the amendment? I will just chime in on and support what I, as a principal for all those years, I agree with Representative Cascadden that this is a process that if a parent says no, that's the red light.
Yeah.
And we're
This is-
done and done.
Yeah, this is not, yeah, if I may, so under the amendment, that addition of the designation of no more basically is already in law by
Federal law.
by the parent refusing, and has nothing to do with, I mean, this is just like repetitive and not needed.
When the parent walks out of that IEP meeting, it is done.
They sign off, right?
It's done.
Yeah, so would it be your opinion then, as chair, that those three lines are repetitive?
You know, it's my opinion, and it's just myself alone, that as all those years in school, teaching, in principalship, where we did the intervention process and went the IEP process, and we did this regularly, and it was the schools of 400 to 600 kids, as a distinguished national principal. I have no understanding of why that would be needed, seeing that a parent can say no, and that unless there's some extreme situation like the parent is incarcerated and you have a foster parent taking care of something, but that parent is treated the same, then the state's there. So I don't understand. I think it's duplicative of what we already have in law. Representative Lekis.
So, and making sure that you agree as well, and that everybody agrees that there is no way to enter into this alternative dispute resolution by anybody if the parent says no.
It takes two to dance.
That's what I wanted, that didn't seem to be exactly what she was saying, and so I wanted to make sure.
And to say
Can she
all,
come back?
but to say all there's always going to be some exceptions and some situations which occur. It's not the norm.
Can Becky?
Becky, do you have something else to add?
They're not gonna pitch it, the answer is no. No. They say thank you.
I apologize. Special ed has a lot of hard, fast rules, but it's also a lot of thinking like special ed as opposed to everything fits in a box. The concern I would have personally about the amendment is I understand the intention of that amendment, and I think 99% of the time that could not happen. However, the federal IDEA and your New Hampshire special ed rules require the district to resolve things sometimes. And sometimes the only avenue the district would have would be to file for due process if the parent was extremely non-responsive, if the parent was, if the child had already been identified and the school district felt that there was something else that needed to happen and there was just no resolve. The district has obligations under federal IDEA to make sure that the situation is resolved. It's not necessarily to force the parent to agree, but it is to resolve or have somebody else resolve whatever the disagreement is. You can't just as a district say, well, I'm going to wash my hands clean of this and just walk away. You have an obligation to that student. So there are very few situations where the district would file for due process, and as part of that, maybe mediation, which is what this bill is about. But if the parent didn't respond to that or didn't want to do it, they would never even go to mediation.
Right.
The mediation is an agreed upon thing that both sides agree to. And I believe the intention of this bill is that sometimes it takes longer than the 30 days to go through the mediation process. And if you're on a good run between the district and the parent and you're getting somewhere and it's the 31st day, the bill wants to give you more time to resolve it that way so that you're not going to a due process hearing.
Representative Woodcock?
So, thank you for taking my confused question. So if a parent is non-responsive, that means they're already in the process because you created the IEP and they haven't signed it, they haven't brought back, because they're already in it. That'd be a non-responsive parent. A responsive parent, or a non-responsive parent wouldn't be in this category because they're refusing, that is their response. So they'd be out of the IEP process at that point. Not omitting the next year the teacher wants it done and puts in, but that's a whole different issue.
Yeah, thank you for the question. To Representative Cascadon's point earlier, if the child is already in the special education umbrella, under that umbrella, and there's things the parent doesn't want or wants, there's a process for them to refuse those services and document it, and that would meet the district's obligation to document that they've offered and the parent doesn't want it, and it's documented, and you would just go on without worrying about that.
I kind of equate this to what we just finished doing with the first bill we exec today. We were not there when we did it the first time, and we needed to schedule some technical advice, and that oftentimes will happen in disputes. What you see, you might want a doctor to come down. That doctor might not be able to come 1 week or 2 weeks, but 3 weeks from now. But if you want to make the best decision on behalf of that child and family, you go ahead and you try to extend. This would allow us to do that and get the consultant in. Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to fully clarify, because if I understand you correctly, then it may not be necessary, but I want to be 100%. So if a parent goes through the process early on before this happens, before this would happen, and goes through the process of refusing an IEP, signs whatever paperwork is necessary, does that, then there is no way in which the local education agency can file for alternative dispute resolution against the parent to try to get that IEP, and then potentially extend that conversation with the parent beyond that 30-day timeline to ask them to continue talking about it.
Thank you for the question. I'll say what I often used to say to students, always and never, maybe don't ever say always and never. There's probably always a circumstance somewhere hidden that would be, not predictable. If a parent has refused services or refused an IEP and they have documented that and the district has that in writing and they've gone down the appropriate process to document all of those things, then no, the district would not pursue any kind of mediation, because what would you be mediating? The parent said no, and that's the end of it.
We had a situation in the school I had where we were in a dispute resolution situation, and the child did have an IEP. The parent wanted that IEP. Parent wanted more from the IEP than we could deliver. They wanted a total neurological examination done up at Humana in Anchorage, and we were down 365 miles down in Homer, Alaska. We had a hospital right there. We had the neurologist right there, but it had to be the one in Anchorage. Well, we said, no, it's not going to be that. It's going to be the person we have right here in town. And so that's what oftentimes, the only times I've been in this is for that, where you're trying to figure out, get to the service you want to provide to the student. The student already has an IEP. Representative Cascadon.
Well, I've been an LEA to sign off on all of these special ed processes, and it is the duty. We're dealing with children. There is no right, there's no wrong. It's not clean cut, black, white. Every child is different. Every parent is different. And the school is responsible as educators to offer and work with a parent to the 9th degree. A parent is not always receptive to the IEP process, okay? But you're responsible to say, well, we think we have this, we think this will help that student bro. Parent disagrees. All right, well, if you need some time to think about it, you have a right to refuse services. And if you want to think about it and then explore yourself or don't agree with an evaluation, you have the right to have your own evaluation. Maybe it proves us wrong. That's an option too. But this sentence pegs the school against the parent and is language that puts the parent in complete authority. And you know what? They are, because they participate, if they're good parents, in their child's education. Another option, they may go back and say, gee, I heard at that private school my child can get a classroom of 5 or 6 students because they're overstimulated in your public environment. Well, then come back in, we'll meet the team. If that's going to be a better placement, because goals and objectives, placement, 2 different things, then let's talk and let's go visit that site and talk to that school and see if that's a better fit for that child to meet their needs. And then the school pays tuition if in fact it agrees that that's the model. But you can't just forget about it. You've got a kid out there that probably has significant learning disabilities or physical disabilities, and the parent can choose not to get any help whatsoever. The school must then make accommodations to continue to provide what they can for that child under the parent's supervision or agreeing. The parent might agree to an accommodation further instead of a separate program. They might agree to an individual aid within the regular classroom versus having the child, this is a common one, parents often don't want their child to leave the regular ed classroom, but they need to get a specialized, say the Wilson Reading Program, because they're having difficulties. So if the parent disagrees with the child leaving the regular classroom, sometimes the district will provide an aid so that they can accommodate within the classroom. So there's no one situation that's going to fit for all kids. They're all individual. But as a public school and an educator, we have to show good faith effort to do whatever we can to educate that child in any way possible. But we cannot do it without the parent's agreement. Cannot.
Okay, at this point in time, I'd like to call the vote on this amendment. Before us, we have Amendment 1411H to SB 135. The motion was to approve the amendment that's made by Representative Belcher and seconded by Representative Lekes. I want to just do this one by roll call, please. Okay, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Representative Ford,
No.
Representative Boyd,
No.
Representative Lekes,
No.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Peternell,
No.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Luna,
No.
Representative Ellison,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Cascadden,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Chairman Ladd.
No. Okay.
Yeah,
so-
218.
218. So the amendment fails. We're back to the main motion now, which was ought to pass on 135 made by Representative Ford and second by Representative Luno. Any further discussion on the main motion here? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Boyd,
Yes.
Representative Lekes,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry, Yes. Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Petronell?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Leno?
Yes.
Representative Ellison?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadden?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Consent, thank you. Okay, the next bill we have is SB 215. This bill is relative to nursing certification requirements. I look to Representative McDonald to make a motion.
Thank you, and I move ought to pass.
Is there a second? Representative Tanner seconds the motion. Representative McDonald, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, this bill would extend a process in existence that would allow associate degree nurses, if they're in the process of completing a bachelor's degree, to continue their work in schools. This is critical to addressing a worker shortage, and like I said, this program has been in existence, so this would be to renew this availability, this option. I'd like to take this second to thank all nurses who are practicing in New Hampshire, including my mother, and also all those that came in support of this bill, school nurses in particular, especially those who came from the Salem and the surrounding area. So thank you.
Was your mother listening to this stream?
Yes, my mother is listening.
Wonderful. Hello. Representative Tanner, do you have anything to add to that?
I would just say that this is a compromise bill that I think really addresses the problems that we've had, and that I would definitely second that school nurses in particular have done a yeoman's job, and really thank you for everything that they've done through all the years, but particularly the COVID epidemic years.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further, yes, Representative Hall? Pardon me? Okay, so we have an amendment. Would you please present your amendment?
I will. This amendment strictly just changes the effective date, and the effective date is upon passage. We heard there were two problems. One was the current nurses, who their 6-year window is going to close, so that's immediate problematic, could be. And then in the fall, when they're trying to hire new nurses, it allows them to have a greater pool of applicants. So
Okay,
it's
so,
just a matter of.
so is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Representative Myler. Okay, so further discussion, Representative Hall, you gave us a little bit of discussion already.
Okay. I don't have any more.
You're good with that? Representative Myler?
No.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Yes.
Thanks. Assuming this all goes through, goes to the floor, consent, is there a way where we can expedite this through the enrolled bills process? So that it gets to the governor's desk in time for school nurses to be hired? And I think we do have don't we have we're past it. April 15th?
15th usually.
Yeah, we need to try to expedite as quickly as we
Right.
can. We did have the Director of Nursing from Manchester come in along with the Nurses Association supporting this. We need the nurses. And so we ought to try to expedite this as
And move it
much as we
quickly.
can.
And move it quickly.
And move it
Secretary
quickly.
of State's office.
So
Great.
that will be part of this record and we'll do that. Okay, so we have an amendment in front of us right now. On this one right here, we will take a hand showing here. All those in favor of the amendment, raise your hand, please. Looks like it's unanimous, Madam Clerk. Okay, so then we have a motion on the floor. Would you like to make a motion, Representative McDonald?
Yes, ought to pass with the amendment 1414H that we just voted unanimously on.
Is there Representative Tanner? Okay, thank you. So Representative McDonald recommends OTPA with the amendment 1414H and second by Representative Tanner. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Boyd,
Yes.
Representative Blackus,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Petronel,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler, Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luna,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
And it will go on consent. Okay, the last bill to exec for today is SB 216, making changes to the requirements for civics education in schools. I'm going to hand the gavel over to, I don't have a gavel, but I'm going to hand it over to Representative Ford.
Okay, is there discussion?
No, I got to have a motion made here.
Okay. We have a motion on this,
On 216,
216.
I'd recommend OTP. We have okay, hand the gavel back to me. So we have a motion OTP on 216, made by Representative Ladd and second by Representative Myler. I'd like to speak to the motion. I believe and always have that the issue of civics education is drastically needed in this state, in this country. And from talking and hearing from those that propose this bill with the professionals in the field that are recommending that we require civics taught as it's recommended in the elementary school by integrating this program into these areas where it can be integrated or embedded. I think that's excellent, and we can start right off in the kindergarten where everything you need to know is taught in the kindergarten, so we make sure we hit the kindergarten. And getting up into the middle school years as well, with the program as it spells that out. Get my amendment or the bill right here. And again, into the high school where there's a required 1/2 year of civics. And that instruction is very, very important as a requirement for graduation. All this is necessary. As well as, and I don't want to negate, as Senator Carson had mentioned, we asked her when she introduced this bill, what about those other subjects like government and history, which, and they are also, we're not trying to, do away with that. In fact, we're trying to maintain what we're doing there. So I think this is a good step forward. Civics has to be emphasized in our schools more, just for a civic society that we're pretty much a split society right now, and it's time to be able to listen to each other and work together and try to come to closure. And if we can teach this in the schools and teach our democratic process, I think we're going to be successful and come out of this tunnel able to speak with each other and have a society that respects our Constitution and respects all that it stands for. Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, historically, I've taken the position personally that this committee should not be demanding local curriculum, that it should be up to the local school district to do this. I take exception to that historic position on this issue. I take exception to it because I think the bill as developed is very comprehensive. And I want to reiterate a point that Chairman Ladd mentioned. I'm very concerned about the discivility in our culture at this point in time, and the inability for people to come together and to talk and to share ideas and try to dissuade people in a civil manner, respective positions. I think that this does provide an opportunity to heighten the issue of the need to create a civil society. And it goes beyond content. It really is about people coming together and be able to talk with one another in a way that is not antagonistic. I mean, we've often said, we can disagree, but we don't have to be disagreeable. And I think that's what I'm looking forward to. And I think by having this not just in the high school level, but beginning at the elementary level, where kids can have a chance to come together and figure out how to problem solve. I mean, that's one of the problems we have now is how do you don't just go to respective corners and come out fighting, but how do you come to the center of the ring and be able to say, how do we solve these problems that are facing us now? And I think that this really is going to be able to do that. And I've got high hopes that as a result of this, as those children who started in kindergarten and first grade and second grade, by the time they get to high school and they become young adults, they will be able to change what's happening right now in this country, which I am very disappointed in. So I totally support this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I respect and admire the comments of both of you on this bill. Just a question. In this committee, we generally come out against high stakes testing as a requirement for leaving a program. I will make the point that we now have added another high stakes test right in on top of this. So that at this point, there are two tests that you have to pass in order to do this. One will be the locally produced assessment test that each school district must do. And we are still stuck with the naturalization test. And I would leave it up to you to decide which one of those is most valid.
Okay, I'd like to also hand the gavel over so I can make another motion here. I'd like to move Amendment 1394, which is an Amendment 2216. And, okay, I'll take it back.
Second, okay.
Okay, so now we have a Amendment 2216. It is 1394, and I'd like to speak to that now. I'm going to reflect a little bit on what I saw yesterday when we had 130 pink slips handed in to us. And I saw a hearing which was conducted in a way that there are many divergent positions presented. And we did it in a manner in which I think we got through that. Everybody had an equal opportunity to present their position. People listened, and that's what this is all about. And this is what civics is. Now, what I've done in this amendment that you have in front of you, I've also looked at Roman numeral 1, which is in this bill, which is language that's currently there, but part of that has been struck. The part that was struck says, such instruction shall not later than the beginning of the 8th grade and shall continue in all high schools as a component of a 1 credit course of instruction required for high school graduation in the United States and New Hampshire history, and a 1/2 credit course of instruction, and it goes on, in the United States government, New Hampshire government, and civics. This bill is integrating into our statutes civics education, and the amendment that I'm proposing does nothing to change anything in the bill as it came to us from the Senate. What it does do, it adds one component in there which reflects back in the Roman 1 here, and it's listed as 1D here, a 1-year course of instruction in history, government, and constitutions of the United States and New Hampshire in high school required for high school graduation. That's spoken to in Roman 1 right now, but we've struck out the part which talks about that 1-year course. I don't want to lose that. I do not want to see any part of the social studies curriculum, being it history or government or civics, left out. And it's all important. And I'm not trying to negate civics. I'm 100% behind that. But what this does, it puts back in that one small component. Excuse me. And on 1C down below, in the bill that was presented to us, it spoke to a school district shall develop and offer the United States and New Hampshire government course under paragraph 1 and civics course under paragraph 1A. That's how it's written down. This will simply say a school district shall develop and offer the United States and New Hampshire History, Government, and Constitutions course and civics courses under paragraph 1A. So it offers both of these courses, but it also mentions the components which are in the first line of Roman 1, which were not negated. And so this puts them back in the bill. So it means we're going to do the whole 9 yards here rather than ensuring that we do a new component, the half-year course in civics at the high school level. We're also going to have that year requirement in the history and the government of our country as well, and of our state. So it's nothing new, it's just clarifying so I won't speak any more to that. Are there other discussion on the amendment? You did second it. I understand that, Mel. Okay, thank you. Representative Cascadden.
I just want to add to what Representative Myler said. I really oppose curriculum that's driven from the legislature versus from local control or from the field. But this bill is different. I know that this comes from work done by social studies teachers, and that's different to me than something that's done from a legislative body that doesn't have the experience, doesn't walk the walk, so to speak. I'm a little appalled that it has to come to that point, because my perception would be if it has to be a law, it's because somebody's not doing it, and they need to do it. So I definitely support this.
You know, I'd like to just respond to that a little bit, and then Representative McDowell. I was a social studies teacher. I was an elementary teacher. I wrote the Maine Studies Curriculum Project for the state of Maine, as New Hampshire. And it had a component of all these subject core areas. We also had in Title 20 in the state of Maine. It was also part of our statutory language. There are some states which do write social studies goals, you might say, into statute. We've sort of done that here to a degree. We put some major themes in there, but we're not, I think it'd be wrong for us to get down and say, okay, we're going to load it up with a lot of this, and this. That is where the professional in the field comes into play. And that's where I, as a teacher, came into play too. And I've met a lot of our teachers that are teaching social studies. In fact, we have a fantastic social studies teacher up in Woodsville. He does military history, he does civics, and he makes it come alive. And it talks about some of the skills that are in this civics component right here, where it teaches people how to analyze and strategize and to use the rhetoric that the thinking skills that we've just recently put into our adequacy statute. So that, along coupled with the communication skills, the logic was we put in, the rhetoric is the communication. With those two, I think this matches up very closely to rhetoric and logic. And so I'm all for this. I think it's needed. And I think it also gives our social studies teachers out in the field the strength and the backup that they need right now. Social studies, unfortunately, I believe, has been put in the back seat since we no longer address it the same way we do reading, writing, and arithmetic. Further discussion, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to add on and respond to what you said, because I agree with you. This civics instruction has not been taught, or at least to the extent that it should, and it should be taught. And speaking to your point, Mr. Chairman, I would agree with that as well, that it's not necessarily the fault of our teachers because they have other priorities in focusing on the STEM courses or science or math, reading and writing. So in this bill, the intent is to put more time on civics and just emphasis for this. And I think you covered what I was going to say, but it's really to support the backbone of our social studies teachers, and it's necessary at this time. So.
Representative Cascadden and then Representative Damon.
Just wanted to add the issue of the naturalization test that's being given. Last Friday, I had a group from my high school for representing youth in government, and we had conversations about what the kids were doing and whatnot. But the teachers were very anxious to say to me, But we're getting ready to give that immigration test and we need to get rid of that. We'd rather do our own and know where the kids stand versus taking that because of the time factor that it takes, and it's another thing. So I agree with Representative Ellison to really kind of look at that at some point to repeal that. Thanks.
Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to remind everybody, in case with the large number of emails we've all been receiving, that we did receive a follow-up email from Janet Ward, who has been involved with the New Hampshire Civics Coalition, reminding us that they will provide a variety of curricular materials at no cost for all the grade levels to any district that wants to access them. So there's no added cost to obtain materials for this. That is one option anyway. And I want to just say that it is such a pleasure to talk about civics as a bipartisan need and topic with this group. And then lastly, I'm going to follow Representative McDonald's lead and acknowledge my 93-year-old dad, social studies teacher, who is part of how I got here. He would vote for this bill.
You recording this too?
No, but he'll see it this weekend.
Okay, further discussion. Okay, we have a motion on the table right now. It's an OTP on 1394 H. So it's the motion's just on the amendment right now. Everybody got that? Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Boyd,
Yes.
Representative Blackus,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler, Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Alboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yeah.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay, we have another amendment. Who is going to present that on behalf?
I mean, I can say it, but I haven't read it because you only just passed it down.
Pardon me?
Read it?
Okay.
You have it?
Maybe everybody.
Okay, you're recognized for make a motion on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to introduce
Yeah.
Amendment 1423H, Representative Cordelli's amendment to this bill that makes a number of changes.
Okay, let's get a second. We'll do that and then you can,
I'll second.
okay, Representative Lucas.
And I have read it.
Okay, go ahead, Representative Belcher.
Thank you. And I think the intent here, though Rep. Cordelli is not here today, is to make minor modifications that that do truly reflect the bipartisan interest that was expressed and the introduction of this bill. And I think the language that you will find in this, along with the values that it recommends to be inculcated, including honor, humility, integrity, contribution, and responsibility, items that are drawn from our own Constitution, are all consistent with a good civics education. Thank you.
Representative Lucas, do you care to speak to it?
I ditto that, and I particularly love seeing those parts of being civic and civil into this. And as mentioned, they are drawn from our Constitution, and in part are the whole point of education.
Could either of you explain to what are the new parts in this amendment versus what is in the bill as it was introduced to us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first of all, section 1A, it retains the same list, but it changes the language and the specific requirements within the list for what is taught within the civics education. And
what lines is that on?
That would be page 1, lines 14 through page 2, line 3. And
Basically defines what civics means.
correct, yes, it defines what civics means within that section as well.
I think that's the biggie, is that where it breaks it out, it's basically just giving a definition of what civics means in civics education.
Okay, and this one right here, it does not include non-public and private incorporated schools that serve as public schools in the state, there shall be given. So it's deleted. And up in Roman 1, we speak specifically to public and non-public.
Yeah, in Roman 1, it has public and non-public.
Yeah. But the original bill still
It's possible that in the private school, the non-public schools, that is left more to the non-public schools to determine when and how they're going to do it. But in the public schools, since that's what we have oversight over as this body, we are saying, these are the things, or this is, you're going to make sure that you do it in elementary school, middle school, and high school.
Yes, Representative.
I do have some comments from Rep. Cordelli.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is from Rep. Cordelli. This amendment does 4 things. 1, it maintains in section 1 that all public and non-public schools in the state, there shall be given regular courses of instruction in history, government, and constitutions of the United States and New Hampshire. It removes, however, all the requirements for course requirements in grade levels and civics components for non-public schools in Roman numeral 1, A, B, C. It also removes the civics test graduation requirement for non-public schools in Roman numeral 2 on page 2. I do not believe that the state should be imposing those criteria on non-public schools. Number 2, it modifies Roman numeral 1B, civics program comments. It changes C to specify freedom of speech and religion. Number 3, it adds the component of civics virtues as D. The inclusion of virtues as a primary education comment goes back to Aristotle. Our Constitution, Article 38, says a frequent reoccurrence to the fundamental principles of the Constitution and a constant adherence to justice, moderation, temperance, industry, frugality, and all the social virtues are indispensably necessary to preserve the blessing of liberty and good government. A 2021 report titled Educating for an American Democracy included this: challenges facing constitutional democracy in the United States and the need to set high expectations for the knowledge, skills, and civic virtues of American citizens. This report was led by the organization iCivics, founded by Justice Sandra Day O'Connor. A report from the Bill of Rights Institute stated, founders counted on citizens to live out virtues like justice, honesty, respect, humility, and responsibility. I believe to leave virtue out of civics would be to leave out what our Constitution says is a fundamental principle and certainly was considered by our founders. And number 4, adds a new section 2 on the last page. It adds Federal Constitution Day, September 17th, to the days during which schools shall conduct patriotic exercises. This bill was originally proposed in 2013 and passed the House by a vote of 326 to 29, but died in the Senate. RSA 4:13-C states the governor shall annually issue on the following dates a proclamation calling for a proper observance of State Constitution Day, which is January 5th Day, which is January 5th and September 17th as Federal Constitution Day, so that the people may be reminded annually on these dates of the blessings of liberty. In 1952, a joint resolution of Congress was passed which designated September 17th as Citizenship Day. In 2005, law was passed to mandate the civil and educational authorities of states, counties, cities, and towns are urged to make plans for the proper observance of Constitution Day and Citizenship Day, and for the complete instruction of citizens in their responsibilities and opportunities as citizens of the United States and of the state and locality in which they reside. Our state had the first written constitution in the nation, 6 months before the Declaration of Independence. A 2008 proclamation by Governor Lynch pointed out that the U.S. Constitution went into effect in June of 1788 when New Hampshire became the 9th state to ratify it. These facts should be a source of honor and pride to every New Hampshire citizen. It is fitting and proper that New Hampshire school children conduct exercises on Federal Constitution Day so that they learn about our rights and responsibilities. I will conclude by quoting from a 2010 report from the New Hampshire Supreme Court Society Civics Education Task Force. The task force included retired Supreme Court Justice Souter, Education Commissioner Barry, members of the New Hampshire Supreme Court, and others. Their interim conclusions included: all New Hampshire public school students should study civics starting in kindergarten and continue the study of civics through the 12th grade. By the time they graduate from high school, students should have gained the basic knowledge, experience, and inspiration they will need to engage meaningfully in the civic lives of their communities, their state, and their nation. I ask you, consider my amendment, but I ask you to pass the bill.
Okay, further discussion on the amendment? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. I have difficulty with this amendment for a host of reasons. The first is one of the things we just talked about a minute ago, how fortunate we were that we weren't hamstringing local school committees, local school departments with the individual chapter and verse of what they're going to put into their curriculum. We're allowing the local school to do that. And this is totally opposite of that. I'm not particularly excited about we finally passed a bill that includes all schools in New Hampshire. We take out non-public and private school. And thirdly, the section 2 at the end really seems, and I don't understand as also a social studies teacher, Chairman Ladd, at one point, how we teach these virtues in a non-bipartisan way, line 30 through. I think it's really putting teachers in difficult spaces. And then to conclude, at the end, so I'll make this one comment. Part 2 at the end of page 3, telling us exactly what we have to discuss the history of the Pledge of Allegiance, what they mean, what the Pledge of Allegiance means, what the Star Spangled Banner means as individual content areas, and then tell them how they're going to prescribe these patriotic exercises. As a veteran and as a social studies teacher, I don't agree with this. Thank you.
Representative Myler?
Yeah, I would concur with Representative Woodcock. I believe this is a bit prescriptive. And we have a bill before us right now that has been worked through a number of different entities, including teachers, et cetera, and the civics organization within the state. And I just believe that this goes a bit too far, and would agree with Representative Woodcock. So I will be voting no on this amendment.
Further discussion, Representative Luno?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I just wanted to thank Representative Noble for reading those remarks, because I think they were very thoughtful, and in particular the concluding remarks that say consider the amendment but pass the bill. And that said, I also want to thank Jay Kahn, Janet Ward, and Martha, and especially Martha Madsen, for leading this effort, this bipartisan effort. I know it's included a whole lot of people, like former Congressman and Chief Justice Chuck Douglas. Was also the I think attorney for our New Hampshire House of Representatives 4 years ago, and I think that bipartisan group has really taken on an incredible role to lead us in a nonpartisan way of providing civics instruction throughout the state. And you know, we talked about, I think a couple of days ago, how the New Hampshire House comes up with thousands of great ideas every year. And I'm sure we'll continue to do that. But as it relates to civics instruction, I think it would be tremendously valuable to vet those ideas through New Hampshire Civics, through Ms. Madsen's organization, and leverage their expertise, their nonpartisan expertise in this area for the benefit of all our kids. So thank you guys very much.
Further discussion, Representative Lekis.
Yeah, I have a comment and a question. The comment is understanding of civic virtues, including, I would hope that all of our civics teachers could do that, given that my band teacher in grades 3 through 6 instilled these ideas in all of us kids at school. I would hope a civics instructor would not have an issue with helping us understand the civic virtues of honor, humility, integrity, contribution, and responsibility. That's my comment. My question, though, is with regards to all of the things that were mentioned in paragraph 1C, is this not already in law except for the addition of Declaration of Independence? And then down further, it says this section instead of paragraph 1, and public school or chartered public school added in. I mean, I thought just the bolds were the added things and the rest of it was already in the law. So that's my question, is that, am I mistaken in that?
I taught civics also, and I think that some of these items which are mentioned by Representative Cordelli, honor, humility, etc. Of course, I recall duty, honor, and country when I served, and I think that is covered already in the bill when you talk about civic life and how life an individual may be involved in civic life. I think these are basic understandings, and I think what we're doing by starting to, put all those terms which are identifying these virtues, it's sort of like the Boy Scouts creed, duty, all that. I can remember having to memorize all that stuff as a kid. And that's just, when we get down into that business, we are getting down into what a civics teacher takes that praxis for and takes those courses for, comes to school prepared. That's what I expect, that these will be integrated into, humility. Yeah, you're gonna incorporate that into everything you do in school. Responsibility. Yeah, you get your homework in on time. And just all those, I think when we starting to make a laundry list, there's always something on the laundry list you leave out. And we've experienced that in statute so many times. I'm getting to the point where, I kind of learned something the other day too when I came in with an amendment on Friday, and I said, well, we need to put in the Constitution, first Constitution in America, the Constitution of New Hampshire. Well, we start making this laundry list, and we got sort of a little laundry list in there as it is right now, which the Senate put in there. But I don't know if it's really even necessary to do that. So I think we can't get too prescriptive, and this is getting very prescriptive. So I'm going to have a hard time voting for this as well. I think that I look at the signatories to this bill, and I look at the front side there, and it's pretty evenly split between senators that are Republican, senators that are Democrat in there, and there's a hefty load of them there. In fact, this is all senators that sponsored this bill. And I want to turn around and say to them, you guys got it right this time. It's this time. I'm going to just try to lead the bill as much as possible to the way we've done it, and with the amendment which just tried to take part of Roman 1 and put it down below. I'm good the way we have it presented to us. I'm not really interested in furthering this at this time. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. I said I wasn't going to say any more, but we just got this amendment today, and I see, and this is the part that I find disturbing when we get 3-page amendment before we vote on it, to get all the little pieces out. Added in quietly, in my opinion, on line 26, is the addition on page 1 of the Cordelia Amendment, is the addition of "and religion." There was no "and religion" in the original bill. And when you put it using historical references, I mean, we went through God in schools last year. And I just think I think just seeing this go through, adding religion into this part, unbeknownst to everyone, is questionable as well. And that's line 26 on the Cordelia Amendment.
Representative Pettingill.
What page you on there, Representative?
Which one?
Page 22.
I lost it. Line 23, sorry, page 2, line 23.
That's current law. That's current law.
He's on page 1.
He's on page 1.
Oh, he's talking about page 1?
On the addition. Okay. Modified, I think, modified section D, the original
26.
presentation by the Senate. Yeah, so I want to.
No, not sorry.
Yes, Representative Belcher.
I think I'd just like to clarify on that particular point that I think there perhaps could have been worded, or perhaps a comma and another word in the right spot. I think it's simply referring to freedom of religion and the importance of freedom of religion, which I don't think anybody would have too much of a problem with.
Yeah, which, again,
Okay,
Constitution.
any further discussion? So we have an amendment in front of us right now. It's 1423H.
Par for the course.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Representative Ford.
No.
Representative Boyd.
No.
Representative Lucas.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Oh, repeat. Representative Peternell. Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative, oh, did I do myself? Okay, I'm sorry, a little off today. Representative Luna.
No.
Representative Ellison.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Alboni.
No.
Representative Cascadon.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
7 yeas, 13 nays.
Okay, I'll make the motion, yeah. Okay, so I'll move OTPA ought to pass as amended, 216, and the amendment is 1394. Further discussion? Madam Clerk, yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to hold my comments for after that particular amendment. I will first say there is a lot to very much like within the specifics of this bill. There are, however, a few things that I have considerable concerns with, not the least of which being page 1, lines 23 through 24. The acquisition of skills such as the ability to analyze text and determine the reliability and biases of sources. Now, under normal circumstances, that may not seem very objectionable, but I think we need to be honest with ourselves that our civic institutions, as they currently stand, perhaps are not healthy enough, nor is our body politic in agreement enough to be handing over the teaching of what is or is not biased material outside of the home. That is one considerable problem I have, because that's going to run up against a lot of ideological problems, and it's going to cause issues. The second significant issue that I see here is not in the language of the bill itself, but it is something that's enabled by the language of the bill. We heard testimony, and we've heard that there's going to be curriculum provided for free to fill these civic requirements. Now, we are expanding the civics education with this bill, and we're hearing that this curriculum is going to be provided. I did quite a bit of research on this curriculum, and I have to be honest, this curriculum is anything but nonpartisan and non-biased. This curriculum makes assumptions such as this country is a progressive bureaucracy with a living document constitution that is to be reinterpreted according to the times. Both of those are debatable matters and political matters. I would take issue with both of those personally. I think the proper way to interpret the Constitution lies somewhere between originalism and textualism, not a living document. So we're running up against issues here that we know we're going to be instituting a certain curriculum. And through this research, I've discovered this curriculum is not nonpartisan. And the only thing worse than being not educated is being miseducated. And I want to see students educated properly. And I think a real bipartisan effort at this would have to remove those biases from this program.
Further discussion? Representative Myler?
Yeah, we can look at alternative realities all we want to. But this program was developed through a bipartisan approach. You heard who's been involved in this thing. And you've got people from the right, people from the left who came together to create this. So I'm not about to sit here and try to create an alternative universe here, because I think what has been created here is an approach that is, in fact, bipartisan, whether you like it or not. And I think we need to move forward with this, and it's about time that we provide students from early elementary through high school an opportunity to really begin to hear the various viewpoints around how this country was formed and how civility and civics should be operated within this country.
And I'll make one last comment. I'd like everybody to look at the bill on page 1, not page 1, but on the first page where it says Senate Bill 216, and look at the sponsors of this bill. The sponsors are truly a bipartisan split, of the Senate. They're all there. They're all supporting this bill unanimously. So I cannot understand why then that we wouldn't be looking at it the same way, knowing where it's come from, the work that's gone into it. And there's even places in this law book here where the Constitution has to be provided to schools for instruction. We have that in there in the statute. So I think that civics instruction is going to be taught by, as a principal, I'd look for the best civics teacher I could find. And when I did the interviewing process, I would ask them to explain some things about civics, just like I used to say to teachers coming in wanting to teach elementary reading. Well, I'm a great reading teacher. Well, tell me a couple of thematic reading books that you use in your classroom. Some that said they were great readers couldn't tell me one title. And so, that was easy to wade through that. So, I think what's taught in schools is a result of top down. that your supervision in your school, your principals in the school, your school board are the one that set the tone. And right now that to say that we're going to let the teacher in the classroom wag the dog, I don't think it's like that. You know, I was in the classroom observing, non-tenured teachers, 3 evaluations every year, 3 observations for each evaluation. And then when we got to the other part, when they were then tenured teachers, same deal, not as often. And we had some kinds of different plans where a teacher could work with other teachers in doing the evaluation. There's a lot of different ways of doing it. And so, I have to have faith in the folks which are teaching. Yes, everything's not the way I'd like to see it. And there's a lot of reasons why it's not. Some of it's our fault because we have so many rules and regulations. And we're telling everybody how to do things, and we are putting more on the plate than the plate can hold. So I, for one, am going to very much support this bill, the way it's been presented and the way we have amended it. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Boyd,
Yes.
Representative Lucas,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Petronell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luna,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
18 yeas, 2 nays.
Okay, 18-2 consent? Yep, thank you. Will there be a minority report? No, okay. Now, I just wanted to know if they wanted, then wouldn't go on consent. Okay, thank you. So we're going to take a break right, yeah.
I want to compliment you, and I want to compliment Representative Paternell, Noble, Gray, Cortiello, for the work you did yesterday. I mean, this was a very difficult hearing. Some of you have not had the experience of being in front of a crowd that's passionate on both of their sides. And I think it was conducted, I was just proud of this committee and the way it was done. And David and I were talking on the way home, that this piece was something new that never happened before. And so when you said at the beginning, no clapping or anything, when this began to go like this, I thought that was kind of cool because it didn't break the protocol, but it allowed people to kind of say where they were on those issues. And my sense is that we may have started a new tradition in that when there are hearings in that house. But I just think you guys did a great job, and I really appreciate the leadership that you all provided. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. And we learned another thing at that, when you hand the pink card in, the idea is to communicate. And when it's scribbled in such a way that Katie and I are over there trying to decipher what we're looking at, it just, my comment had to come out about the cursive.
And Jen needs to be thanked too for the work that she did too. So it was a good.
Thank you, Jen. Well, thank you very much. We need to take a break and have lunch. Nate and Caitlin, you've been waiting here all day for 266. We are going to get there. How much time do we need for lunch?
2 hours.
2 hours? So we'll come back and we'll start at 1:30. Thank you very much for all your help, ladies. Yep.
Thanks, Martha.
Thank you, Becky. Okay, we're on the, I think we'll be at, we ended, I believe, on the bottom of page 25. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, I had a pencil mark there too. And so we'll start on the top of page 26 then. And start walking through this thing.
Here, my pencil marks were 193 5 25.
So then if we start on, yeah, I think, I have a stop right in the bottom page 25. So we'll start on page 26. So you're increasing it from 4 to 5 years?
Just consistent with the federal law. So ESSA requires a reevaluation of the plan every 5 years. So if we're going to do it every 5 years, we should do the state and federal at the same time, we felt.
Now, the Legislative Oversight Committee was there.
So I think this is actually a mistake that the department made. So when we first started working on this, we were using an older version of the law that didn't have the oversight committee in it. So I think we should actually put the oversight committee back in there.
Okay.
So that's fine. We'll put that back there.
Okay. Everybody agreeing to that? Okay. 193E, 3E.
I think just the oversight committee.
It's in that responsibility list of the oversight.
There's no real way to do it to the general court and get any
You know, that would
feedback.
take years.
Right.
And you would never get agreement.
Right. So we would prefer it to be the oversight committee as well.
Okay. Okay, corrective and technical assistance.
So we didn't really make any changes to these
Yeah.
sections at all, except some just clarity and language and whatnot. You know, things like where it says the commissioner, we added change it to the department. The determination year clarification there.
What's the difference between the second consecutive determination year versus the second year?
Because we don't do determinations every year, so the next year there wouldn't, so if somebody were to be identified as a CSI school, today, we wouldn't do a determination for 3 more years. So there would be no additional data in that time period. We wouldn't do a redetermination in the next year. So we would need to do determination years and not consecutive years.
Okay. Page 27?
Same thing,
Yeah.
consecutive years, commissioner to department.
Yeah, okay. Everybody good with that page? 28?
Commissioner or designee for that one.
Everybody good with the designee? Yep, okay, page 29.
Going back to the designation.
Yep.
What's the,
The commissioner is probably not going to be the person that actually presents the reports to the State Board of Education. It will likely be me or Nate or whoever is in those positions, but the person that's doing the technical work. The commissioner themselves would not be the probably appropriate person to be presenting on some of that details.
but, well, I just want to go back to, where does the top of that on 27?
These are the reports required for schools that fail to provide an adequate education by the definitions of either IVAS or PPAS. So there's 3 years or 3 consecutive years of reporting versus determination years of reporting. So each year, the first year, the school has to do a certain plan. The next year, the school has to do a certain plan. And then, so the commissioner has to provide updates right now to the State Board of Education on how that is going. And so we just wanted a commissioner or a designee that would be providing that information to the state board.
So I think it's important that the commissioner provide that information. I understand that may very well be prepared by you, Caitlin, and Nate, or others. But if we've got schools that are unable to demonstrate adequacy for 3 consecutive years, I think the commissioner should be the one to answer to the state board for that. And I think some could say that following yesterday, we need to have a commissioner that does actually understand what the what the expectations are and what the requirements are for schools to meet to provide an adequate opportunity for an education. So I get it that you guys will be up there with the commissioner, but I think it is the commissioner who's responsible to the state board and accountable, in this area. And
But it could be the deputy commissioner. Why not?
Right, but I think the accountability goes to the commissioner, and the commissioner, I think it's important that the commissioner be versed in the requirements to provide an opportunity for an adequate education, be able to explain why a school hasn't for 3 consecutive years, and what the department has done to try to correct that situation, and be accountable for the failure of the department to let it go on for so long.
Representative Cascade.
I'm just stretching. No, I have a question. The thought crossed my mind that how else, I don't have a problem if you're the designees because you prepare it, you know it, you walk it. But how would the commissioner know the situation in the nuts and bolts to be able to even to converse about it if he doesn't do that last step of the presentation? How would he, is there another means where he would learn it? Would he, I don't know what that answer is, but to me, if he was doing the final presentation along with the team, he would at least know about those details, because I don't know, my perception is he should know all the nuts and bolts of everything, whether he's the one that's presenting or not. How would he learn that? How would he do that? You know what I'm saying? And I think Representative Luno raised the point that if that's the final step of who the reporting goes to or the accountability, then maybe it better be him so he would know it. Otherwise, he wouldn't know it, I guess, unless there's another means for him to know of that. And yeah, sometimes there might need to be a designee. I mean, whoever the commissioner is, if they're incapacitated or away or can't meet that meeting, then the deputy commissioner should be able to step in those shoes and be able to be just as knowledgeable. So,
This just says provide reports, provide them. So the commissioner could sign it. Does this commissioner have to be the one providing it? Or can that be done by a deputy or a designee? Like tomorrow I'm supposed to be acting on behalf of the speaker, because I'm his designee at the trustees. So, but I do come back and tell him what transpired.
Right.
And he tells me beforehand what he'd like or not on a certain issue. I don't know. It's as an administrator, you don't always have.
Yeah, but you'd better be able to talk about it.
Yeah.
In detail. And I mean, we saw a witness yesterday, that was reported that there weren't some answers provided when there should have been. So it's a no situation. If you're an expert in the field, then you should know it. And I understand it's okay for them to report it, but I'm just looking at who's responsible in the end. If there's an error somewhere, who has to take the brunt of it? So I'm
Well,
conflicted.
you can delegate all the time, but the one that's still responsible is the person delegating.
That's true.
So if the commissioner delegates, you're gonna take, do this report.
Yeah.
The commissioner knows he's still responsible. He better darn well know what's in that report.
Well, you would think.
Well, it's all about leadership.
You know it.
Representative Tanner?
Go back on this a little bit, and you see what actually, all the different things that the department is doing, assess, assign, require. The department's doing all that, and then it kind of comes down to the last, and meet quarterly with school officials in the affected school to assess the progress, and then as the culminating thing, the commissioner or deputy commissioner shall provide progress reports annually to the state school board. I think that's like the big thing at the end. I don't think it's something that department representatives or whatever just meet with the state school board. I think this is a big thing. So I would agree that it's either the commissioner or the deputy commissioner.
We can, we're happy to leave it, Commissioner. I mean,
I don't think we should really, spend all day talking.
Yeah, we're not gonna say that. Yeah. No, I agree with that. I mean, we're going through this to understand what the changes are to 266 and to come up with questions and.
Yeah, I put a question mark and circled the word commissioner.
We can work.
Yeah, we can go for it. Let's move on.
no, I mean, and I think your point is, well taken, and we hadn't thought of those scenarios, so.
It does, Mr. Chair, it does add more credibility, however, in magnitude to that type of third report that the commissioner is doing it.
I don't know, maybe the designee would be more effective.
I didn't say it wouldn't be more effective. That may be as well. I'm just talking about the.
But if they're also going to be taking direction from the state board, that's the commissioner taking direction from the state board, not,
Okay, let's put a circle around it and a question mark and we'll come back. Let's go on page 29. Legislative Oversight Committee.
This is where we moved the oversight committee to, from RSA 193C, which was about just assessment, to here. Same language. We just felt this was better positioned in this section of the statute rather than the assessment section. I know Representative Ludo, you had some questions about moving it and the hierarchy of moving it, so.
Well, yeah. You reuse that whole section reference for something else. So the question.
Oh, yeah, so okay, yeah, so we didn't get rid of it.
So it didn't disappear.
No.
No.
Okay.
I mean,
Change it.
We've seen it disappear before.
That's right.
yeah, it did disappear before, and actually, when we first started working on drafting this, it wasn't in the law that we were using because you had put it back in between. So
yeah.
they got like, oh, it's just gone. Then, much to our dismay.
You gotta buy more green books.
Yeah. We could put that law in this section too.
Well, you just testified on it yesterday. Yeah. Okay, page 30.
So 30 is again just legal references from RSA 193H to this chapter.
Okay.
Well, hold on. So.
No, wait a minute.
Yeah. So, but this chapter refers to, well, hold on. You moved it to H, right?
We moved it from H, so we combined E and H together, and so now all of the section is. So the way it was choppy before because it talked about accountability. So now all the accountability is in the same piece, and so now the oversight committee is talking about the accountability in this chapter.
In 193E.
E,
Okay.
right, which it consolidates E and H now.
Follow you. Thanks.
That's 30, 31, same things. Removes paragraph I. Review. So I believe we just removed this. We didn't know why the accountability, the Legislative Oversight Commission for Accountability was reviewing SACID number information about our unique people identifier system. We were just very confused about the linkage of that in general, except for the fact that it kind of falls under RSA 193E. Because the unique identifier system is, as we all know, is a SAC. Maybe this was appropriate 15 years ago when the identifier system was invented, but we just feel like there was a lot of need for this now.
I think there's still a question. Well, last year, sorry, thank you. Last year, we even, realized or whatever had happened that the unique pupil identifier hadn't been used in charter schools or ESAs or they were but not in law, that kind of thing. And so I don't think it's definitely the system is the system, but who it applies to is an issue, because if somebody takes state funded money, then they should have a pupil identifier, right?
Okay. That's a valid way to look at it. If you want that language back in, I don't think it does anything. The department's completely impartial to that.
Is it someplace else? I mean,
No, we just took it out of that because we didn't know why the committee
so no
would be
one
reviewing
else
it.
reviews the unique pupil identifier.
No.
Okay, so
But
it should stay there.
They're saying it should stay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's being, I get that.
Well,
Okay.
part of the responsibility is the oversight.
Yes, it is.
Should remain.
Okay. Page 32.
Why are we removing
Well, that's
security
been there
breach
for a long
reports?
time. But
What is it? Is it when we get hacked?
What's 189.66? Handy dandy books.
Yeah. Somewhere in here. 66 is the purple ones. 180, data inventory and policies publications. So this is 189.66.
I believe the reason we actually took this out was because the RSA 189.66 already requires the department to issue an annual report to members of the legislature. So we didn't feel like it needed to go to this commission in addition to this, or the appropriate placement for this law right here would be under RSA 189.66. But RSA 189.66 requires the report to already go to the State Board of Education, the governor, the Senate President, the Speaker of the House, the chairperson of the Senate Committee, and House over Commissioner and DOIT. So we already felt like that was mostly covered here in this section of the law, so it was duplicative.
I kind of think it should stay there simply because it's fairly difficult to find the reports that go to the different people. Whereas the Legislative Oversight Committee is something that people will be able to see and hear, and a lot of people at the same time review it. So that would be my suggestion.
Are SACIDs part of the SLDS?
Yes.
Yeah, I think this goes hand in hand with the other, with the SACID part.
Do we have any indication of how many reports are done yearly on security breaches? I'm wondering, like, what level does this need to be at before it comes to us?
We very rarely have any sort of security breaches.
Doesn't come to us.
So we very rarely have any security breaches, and at this time they're mostly handled by DOIT. Even if a school has a breach, they reach out to DOIT. They don't even necessarily work with the department. So
So this doesn't take into consideration like when an individual school district's IT is hacked and taken over and, you know,
So if a school district has an issue, they oftentimes reach out to the Department of Information Technologies, and they have a data specialist that they'll work with them. But I don't know if they're following this process.
When you look at 18966, it says there's an annual report provided. What
I see
happens if the report or the breaches today? Is any kind of report going to be communicated regarding that breach today?
I'm not sure what that process is.
This could also include breaches by, not directly by the department or a school, but also by like the contractor who administers the statewide
Yes,
test. Right?
exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. To my knowledge, we've never had a breach from our assessment vendor.
Right, but clearly we have in statute. I mean, we saw it yesterday, right?
Correct.
So yeah, or a couple days ago. Yeah. Well,
On 18966, it says quarterly reports. Or 18967.
well, like you said, Rick, we don't have to solve it
Yeah,
today,
I
but I
know.
think identifying this is
Just a
a
question.
concern area.
Yeah, question mark.
Yeah.
Let's keep moving. Definitions here.
So this is just a new section. We actually proposed to OLS creating a whole new reporting section in general, but they didn't love that plan. Something that this committee may want to consider is having a reporting section of law that refers to all reporting that is required by school districts. I think it's very hard that they have to flip through this book and guess which reports are supposed to be submitted at various different times. But for the time being, OLS just came up with RSA 193K. And so this is where they moved the SLDS language that was previously under RSA 193E. One thing that we found was funny is we all know what the word SACIT is, but there's no actual definition of SACIT in law, so thought that should be there.
Yep.
Looks like Jen did catch a typo from OLS, so that does need to be assigned, not a sign.
Back on page 32, does the definition of chartered public school include all of the variations of chartered public schools?
So RSA 194B is all encompassing. That's the charter school law. So it talks about conversion schools.
Okay.
So it's that
Yeah.
of all charter schools
Yeah.
are there.
Now I get.
So you're referencing back to 194B:1 to Roman 4. Are you also addressing charter or charter conversion school? That's not a charter. Well, yeah, it is.
So charters, conversion school, locally sponsored charter, and state board sponsored charter are all contained in RSA 194B.
Yes.
And they're all subject to state board approval,
Correct.
right? So, yeah. So it's not a state board charter necessarily.
So,
Gotcha.
on page 34, after your SACIT, the scholarship organization, the definition of that, I understand that we're going to be putting out, bless you, RFPs on maybe other organizations that are going to be dealing with that money other than the Children's Scholarship Organization, and they may not have scholarship organization in their name. So is there some kind of word that we could use there rather than the scholarship organization?
The RSA, establishing education freedom accounts, requires the use of a scholarship organization. So for the purpose of that program, scholarship organization is already identified in law. I do actually want to say, I believe this is a typo. I believe RSA 194E is actually innovation school, so it should be RSA 194F. So we should make that as a correction, but it specifically requires scholarship organization, so that's what that is there.
Okay, because I thought it was required a scholarship organization because it actually named the Children's Scholarship.
It does not name the Children's Scholarship Foundation, no. It says it requires the use of a scholarship organization.
So maybe, I was gonna think a nonprofit organization.
Why is unique pupil identifier taken out
Um,
on
Because it's
page
up under
434?
because we changed the word to SACID.
Okay. Does there have to be, for folks to really understand the change, how are they gonna understand that change when they look up unique pupil identifier?
Yeah, we defined it purposely. I'd actually say that people have a more relationship with the word SACID number than they have a unique pupil
Is that right?
identifier.
Okay.
So if you were to talk about that, people would say, I don't know what that is, but if you said SACID number, like, oh.
Okay.
And that was actually part of the confusion because people all the time would say, I'm looking for the law that establishes SACID numbers. Where is it? And we'd Google that and you couldn't come up with it. And so.
Okay. Page 35?
We're again
Yeah.
changing unique pupil identifier to SACID. Again, and then we also changed his or her to the pupil.
Page 36?
I don't know why this is out.
We talked about the pause possibility.
Why is it remove E?
Yeah, so Nate and I talked about this. We think this is a mistake.
Mistake?
This should be added back in.
Should be added over there?
Yes.
Okay. On page
E.
36E.
When we went through this copy, neither Caitlin nor I had removed that sections. We were surprised to see that was removed
Okay.
as well. Yeah.
Okay. Well, good.
So it goes from D to F, so clearly.
Yeah, so it just
Somehow it just disappeared. Yeah.
Yeah.
there were multiple versions that were sent to OLS and came back from OLS and whatnot. So
Okay. Yeah, that's, well, I was going 36, 37, but
So I think anybody that searches for a SACID number is going to record somebody who's searching for a SACID number. So if I were to go in and search for a SACID number, it would say Caitlin Davis, search for a SACID number in our system. You wouldn't be able to do it anonymously. It would actually maintain a, like an audit, like a technical trail of that.
So the SAS system is just called.
I mean, that's what it is.
Creates the SACID numbers. It's a random number generator. So when we have new students, yeah.
But we could change it to the SACID system or something like that. Yes. 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 Right. And that makes more sense to word it that way.
so
Well,
are you
unless they're
going to
concerned-
change unique pupil identifier everywhere it's in statute to different?
I believe we tried to do that. Are you?
So what about the bottom, page 36?
Probably.
Bottom
this one.
line.
This one.
Yep, that's a miss. So yes, that should say SACID number.
Unless they were concerned earlier about people actually mucking with the random number generator, and they wanted to make sure that if anybody went in to muck with it, they would know, including, whatever programmers were working on it or whatever. With the generator, so it's no longer random. Right.
What is meant by educational services? That's a broad term. Page 37, yeah.
Random number generator occurs again on the next day. I would
We're
check
gonna have to just
with
do a
that.
control F on that one and double check on those. We'll do that.
Yeah, just in case they were meaning the random number generator, you might want to check with the data people.
Right, but in J, you're really trying to protect the connection between the number, the SAS, and the student's name. You're eliminating the personally identifiable information.
Wait, sorry, I was.
37, 37J, random number generation.
So that you want the whole system to be exempt from that?
Yeah, I mean, it's the whole system. It's the connection between the SAS and all the other information that's personally identifiable goes towards that.
Okay.
I mean, that is that the intent.
I believe so.
Yes.
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 Once you have the string of it, you have everything.
Right.
Explain that again, David.
So the whole idea about the SAS is so that information can be sent that is not personally identifiable.
Right.
And so once somebody has the mapping of a SACID and a name like Steve Woodcock, well, now I know. So the whole idea is to ensure anonymity and protection of personally PII. So.
Thank you. So what was the answer to the chair's question about educational services? I missed the answer.
She gave the answer. Top 37.
Yeah, so it is relatively broad. So the intent of the paragraph is to ensure that things outside of education don't have an ability to require individuals to provide a SACID as a condition of doing business. So education here in the term of educational services is exempt because SACIDs are often used in the provision of many different kinds of educational services. But for example, if a student were applying for a job at a local restaurant, that restaurant would be prohibited from requiring a SACID as a condition of employment. But I agree the word or the term educational services itself is not necessarily defined there. I don't know.
So the cross of Medicare is specific to a federal law that will enable that. So we would have to apply for a waiver from the U.S. So under this, HHS would not get SACID numbers and would not collect SACID numbers. It's the Department of Education that would do that matching and maintain that matching. We would get a file that had names and whatnot, but they don't have any SACID information, so it wouldn't be affected by this.
Kate, I had a question about that term too, educational services. What are some examples what you would give out the student's name, or they would be able to get the student's name versus the SACID number, or, I mean, what are some examples?
I would say specifically relative to the EFA. So the EFA needs a SACID number to be able to apply for a SACID number. They need to
Okay,
figure
so
out.
then the student, of course, because the family name.
Right.
What about the scholarship fund?
So EFAs are managed by the scholarship fund.
So the scholarship fund does
have SACID
get
numbers.
the number and
Yes.
the student name.
Yes. Because they are generating a SACID just
Okay.
like the schools are generating a SACID.
And
so
they go
first
ahead.
they try to collect a SACID number, and if they're unable to collect a SACID number, then they'll go in and generate a SACID number in the exact same way a school will.
And the application goes to the scholarship fund?
Yes.
Okay, that's why they would need it. Thank you.
Caitlin, do you see any possible breach on that with the career technical ed that the SACID, because these kids are, working out in the field? I think you mentioned like a restaurant and that kind of, where they're actually through the school working in an automotive shop or something through career ed. Is there any way they don't get SACID at all?
They wouldn't, and I don't know why they would need it.
Okay.
Um,
Well, unless money was exchanged there somehow.
right, but it's still, they wouldn't be necessarily the educational service provider. They wouldn't be the one that's, issuing the credit and whatnot. I mean, we could work on a definition of education services. Maybe that's what needs to be here.
Okay. Just as a,
Just do a definition.
What page you on right now? I was talking with Aaron.
Yeah.
37. Okay. Did you get a definition of education services?
Change this though.
It needs one.
But I'm not sure that we do, and I'm not sure that we are the ones that took this out. We'll have to double check this. It could probably just put the legal reference back in.
What is E5?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
that I don't know that that needs to be removed. I think just putting back the I think maybe when everything got moved around, I think that's potentially why that got changed.
Okay,
But yeah,
that makes sense. Anything else on page 37? Let's go to 38. Well, that looks pretty clean too.
I really don't think Nate and I did that.
How about 39?
Why did you take out Q?
Because we didn't think it meant anything relative to this chapter or us in general.
Do we need to have something like, we're trying to get them to talk with each other.
So that, but we don't think that this law enables or disables that.
It's just that they only do.
Well, they're sharing transcripts and,
Well, the Department of Education is not involved in that at all.
but the community college system with the four-year system shares information about students.
This says 4 and 2 years can do all that, if they don't need DOE approval.
Yeah, that's good.
Does it continue to, does that information contain SACID? Are we still in SACID?
But we're taking it out.
Right.
Why are we taking it out?
We didn't know what the purpose of it was. But it says we're not involved with their share. It's completely unrelated to the Department of Ed and
Do you
K-12
share
education.
anything of this information during dual concurrent enrollment where we have high school kids going to the community college system?
So all that information is
Done locally.
Yeah, so all of that student information is held by the local school districts, and that's shared at the permission of students and their families between the local school district and the university systems. So we're not a data pass-through really in any way for the university system or the community college system and students. So, and this is relative to the community college and the university system being able to talk to each other.
So now we have the
without
funding-
asking us for
The funding
permission.
doesn't funnel through the department anymore, it goes directly to, doesn't it, to the community college system? So maybe that's a cleanup.
I have no idea what this is saying and telling us to do because we're not involved in that at all. So we didn't think it needed to be here. If you want to leave it in here, I suppose you can, but it's kind of just words for the purpose of being words.
Does any school beyond any post-secondary receive information that has both a SACID and a student's name in it?
We don't share that with.
Not that I know of.
Right, because that's the part that's confidential, right? You either have the SACID or you have the student name, but you never have both.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is just the university system and the college system.
Right.
So
If it involved a SACID, then there's probably something.
I don't even know that they use the SACID numbers at the college or university system. I know this law enables them to use that, but I don't think that they do. I don't know.
Yeah.
I
think it could probably come out, but,
You got unique pupil identifier all
yes,
through this thing too.
Yeah.
they're pursuing. Yeah, so the current law has a mistake in it.
And both O and P,
2 lines below, you have unique pupil.
Yeah, that's another one.
so does O on the fourth line still has unique pupil.
Well, it's all through that page, everywhere.
Oh, yeah, everywhere.
Okay, anything else to, I guess we have no purpose for that part that's marked out.
It had to be something. I agree.
There had to be something
There had to be something somewhere that they put in to say it doesn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What's, on page 40, I guess we're on page 40? Notwithstanding RSA 14:49.
The department didn't add that in. OLS added that in, so I'm not sure what that reference is for. I don't know. If
We don't
somebody,
have that in our
it's not
books.
in our law book. I don't think.
It's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that legal reference is. Just anybody has a laptop or.
One.
Can we,
Holocaust and genocide stuff.
I'm
find
guessing
out
that's a
what
law
that
probably
is?
on the on establishing study committees, maybe. Is that-
1449?
Maybe a process or procedure.
or was that a typo?
Or is 1449 what limits the size and membership of a committee?
Representative Damon is just reading. it.
Yeah, that's.
I think that's, so it's saying that, forget about that, you can,
Oh, and that, you know what? It's because OLS actually, they were concerned with this because it has more than the number of people that
Yeah.
you're
Right.
supposed to have. And they were saying that, but because it was established before that and is in law, it's all set. But
Well, even
going
if it's-
forward,
even if it's established after, you still be able, because it's in law. So,
I'm not gonna fight with the drafting attorneys.
yeah,
So,
no, but that's what that's getting at, yeah.
so we made no changes to the section other than just to move it.
Yeah.
No section, no changes. Do we have to finish this today, or can we come back tomorrow?
It's Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
For us to do, okay?
Good luck.
Let's just wait for dinner instead.
I think that's, not much left in there.
I think it's good, yeah, yeah, we've gone through it, so,
Page 33 was.
oh, where are you? No. Yeah,
Is this mostly bookkeeping kind of things, or are there philosophical changes?
Yeah,
here too?
I'll remind the committee kind of how this came about. So, in the summer / fall, the department, so not the department, the division, my division, Division of Education, Analytics and Resources, inherited the assessment program. It was previously run by the Division of Learner Support. That's something that historically was together at the Department of Education, was separated for a period of time and then brought back together. It really makes sense for it to be together. There's a lot of data exchange, there's a lot of the same understanding of programs. So that was one of the pieces that kind of brought this about. The second piece that kind of brought this about is in the 22-23 biennium budget, the Department of Education was given a position to start overseeing state accountability. So previously, all of the state accountability positions had been removed from the Department of Education's budget, and have been for several years. And so we received one position. And so when that person began doing that work and putting that together for the department, we really did a deep dive into the law and said, all right, well, this makes sense. This doesn't make sense. And then part of this was, there were two relatively large legislative changes that were made that had not been implemented or tried to be implemented by the department until this time. And so those changes were the change of the state PBAS, the performance-based accountability system, from going from something that was designated in state law to tying it to the federal accountability system. So that happened in 2017 and 18. So even though the law changed and that the department hadn't implemented it because we didn't have the staff to do that. And then the other legislative change that happened was the change from a school being required to demonstrate that they're providing an adequate education through either IBAS or PBAS to having to demonstrate it through both IBAS and PBAS. So that's when we kind of sat down and tried to do all of that work with the combination of the assessment work being assigned to my division and then also that position. And so we've done all that work in culmination or together and really come up with, all right, well, there's some things that just made no sense about the law or some things that just were just very unclear, what we were kind of confused by, or we thought that there were sections of law that weren't necessarily doing anything. And so I went back and read my notes, and I saw after our committee meeting last week, and I saw the word competency, and we were very concerned that the word competency was deleted, but my notes had said that we didn't actually use the word competency throughout this. So that's kind of where all of this came from. So it was kind of a pet project of Nate and I to try to get ourselves a law that actually made sense and that we could implement with the limited resources that we have at the department right now to best leverage our federal funds to kind of do some of this work and then our state funds, but then also be able to implement a system that we could communicate to the schools. So that's really where we are here at the department. We've been implementing the assessment program this spring. Nate has done a ton of work with that, and we felt that it's gone very well. And we are going to begin to do some of the accountability work this fall. We intend to anyways, assuming this enabling legislation will pass. And we should hopefully kind of start rolling that out and communicating with the schools. So we have some technical assistance advisory that we would like to provide to the schools this spring, letting them know about what the accountability schedule for the fall is, but it's kind of contingent on knowing where the committee wants to go with some of this work.
Do you have this report?
I can't see that.
You can't see, you're young.
But I don't
My
know.
eyes probably couldn't see it, but yours should. This has within it text of current statutes not incorporated in SB 266. Jen?
Yeah, I sent that out along with the first version of the side-by-sides. And it is just kind of, the first few pages are sort of a reference.
Yep.
If you're looking for a particular statute, or you can find
About that one right there.
And then, where the 3 chapters are repealed and reenacted, or 193H is just repealed, it lists those sections that I didn't locate within the new versions of the chapters. And I just pasted those sections in at the end, in their current form.
So you don't have a copy of that?
I don't with me.
The first part is the delivery of an adequate education.
Mm-hmm.
And it's continued here, continued on the next page. Performance-based accountability system. There's areas which have been incorporated, but others that are just, there's holes. Maybe you need to have a copy of this because there's about, yeah, there must be about 6 or 7 pages here of areas which are not included.
Did you already email it? Well, because I can pull it up right now.
There's a lot in here.
So there's a lot that was removed only because it was duplicative of the federal law. There were a lot of the federal law that just was pasted into the state law, and Nate and I felt that was not necessary. So if that's the kind of, like, I know, for example, like the college and career readiness indicators were listed in the state law. Well, they're compliant with the federal program. So if we were to add a new college and career readiness indicator to the federal program in the federal plan, now all of a sudden the state law is not going to tie to that. So that's
But, you know, this page right here, which has all those indicators of a delivering an opportunity for an adequate education, is a litany of areas which we get information back on. The number of kids doing this, number of percentage of kids doing that, number of kids that do the ASVAB. It just.
those are the college and career readiness indicators that so we refer back to the federal law on that. So all of that.
No, we refer back to these. I look at these all the time.
Right. And all of those are still there, and we will collect all of that information. They're all part of the performance-based accountability system. So in order to, when we are looking at CSI designations, for example, college and career readiness indicators are part of the CSI determination at the high school level, and so we would be collecting and determining that information. That is part of the whole definition in our federal plan. So we agree. We're not trying to eliminate that at all.
Yeah.
I think part of the problem of not putting those in here is that a lot of us just look in the state laws to see what the state laws say, and we don't necessarily have easy access to the federal laws or know even where to look for the particular thing. So if it's laid out in here.
Well, and so to mitigate your concern, we specifically have added references into the state plan and defined what the state plan is. Before, there wasn't some of that information, and we felt that that was really important to have a definition of ESSA and what ESSA meant, and the definition of ESEA and the plan and whatnot.
So if we just have this, are there sufficient references so that anything that's in state law and that's in federal law that we would need to know, this would have references to that, so we would be able to find that?
We believe so, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Some of us don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, so that's all the stuff that was just, yeah.
So this report right here is a requirement of not just the feds, but also the state.
Correct.
So if we as a state are saying we want to have this information for every school district, where would we go, where would we go to get this information? Are you collecting this information?
We are, yes. Yes.
Now, if we take that out, is there going to be any information there that districts and say, we're not required to do that now?
No, so right now the state law says you're required to do everything that's in the plan. So
in the plan?
In the plan.
Not in statute?
No, it says in the plan. Well, the statute, it says the plan. So our concern really was that we didn't want one changing without the other change. And there was a while that we were living with that, even though the department wasn't implementing it. And we had state CSI, we had state local education improvement schools or something like that. We had CINI.
This has nothing to do with that, though. This is inadequacy.
So that was inadequacy before.
Yeah, because we want that information from everybody. It's an indicator of having an opportunity for an adequate education.
Right, and so we the department in 2017 or 18, we actually tied our adequacy law to the federal plan.
So the list of data, and it's a pretty extensive list of data there, that's all required to be collected by federal statute as well. And that's what the performance-based accountability system is. So in the state statute, when you look at PBAS, and the two different parts of accountability, IBAS and PBAS, PBAS is that collection of data indicators there. And that's all detailed out on the state ESSA plan. So regardless of whether we list it here in the statute or not, the department is required to collect all of that data under federal statute as well. What we've done here is we've tied that list of data and indicators to the PBAS. So by telling districts you have to meet the performance-based accountability system, we're saying you have to provide all of this federally required data and show us that you're meeting certain benchmarks and expectations when it comes to measuring the performance of a school. So in a way, it's not that it's missing or gone. We still have to collect the data no matter what. We've just identified here in this statute that an adequate education is tied to PBAS, and PBAS is a collection of these indicators, which is in the state ESSA plan. And I think to Caitlin's point, one of the problems is when we list out indicators in the state law, and we have the indicators listed in federal law, and we have the indicators in our state ESSA plan, anytime one of those changes, now we're out of compliance across 3 different areas. So that's part of the problem we're trying to fix here, is by referencing the performance-based accountability system and our federally required data, which matches this list. Then if the feds at some point change that, or if the state decides we need to submit a new state plan because some other statute has changed, the list can stay consistent. But the data will always be collected by the department.
But you see, when we had the study commission on funding back 2020, 2021, and I can remember Val, who was Banchak, when we were looking at the BIA, the Business Industry Association, we're also looking at career technical education, and he opened up his book here, and he said, look at this. This is, 1, 2, 3, 4 different places that mention CTE underneath adequacy. And under these indicators right here, that is identified. But if this doesn't appear in statute and it's in an ESSA plan, it's not going to be captured by a person like Val, who was trying to justify in that conversation we had why we should be funding CTE more or through adequacy. So it's, to me, where it is in statute, it's easy to find. It's just there and people see it. But if it's in ESSA, I never pull ESSA up.
So the problem with doing that and having them listed separately is if there's changes and now we have slightly different versions of each one, now we're going to have slightly different lists of schools that are low performing schools. So we're going to have federal low performing schools, and then we're going to have state low performing schools, even though they're the same students and the same measurements and same metrics. So that's when we tied them all together, that's what we were trying to avoid, because we didn't want to have schools that were not finding an adequate education but seemed fine federally, or schools that seemed failing federally but were considered providing an adequate education. So I don't know what the answer to that is, as far as, you know, making sure that they all shift together. But because if we change one, and then we, you know, there's a whole process of changing our federal plan. You have to ask, you know, permission for the feds. It takes months on end for them to review. But there has been like a lot of conversations around, for example, those college and career ready indicators, and if we should be changing those or not. And then, so what happens if now we just have a state list of college and career readiness indicators and then a federal list? That's going to be very confusing.
But isn't it our responsibility as a state to decide what it is that we want and not just whatever the federal government says? And if we take it out, then it's just whatever the federal government says, and we no longer have that say as far as we may want stronger we may have want to do something stronger or whatever than the federal government is?
You do have that authority as a state, but that is not what the intention of the state law currently is. The state law, the intention is to have them tied together. And that's also partially because of resources at the Department of Education, because we don't have anybody that's paid with state funds to do any of this accountability work. And so without having those staffers, we're basically getting a 2-for-1 deal. We're paying somebody with the federal money to do the calculation, but we're using it for state purposes as well. So we're going to need somebody to run a state list and a federal list simultaneously going forward. So that's another concern.
Okay, thank you.
So you know, along you know, I understand what your intention here, and I think it makes sense, but at the same time, you know, I wouldn't want to see us lose data collection because maybe a change is made at the federal level that no longer collects certain data because they don't see it necessary for all 50 states. And maybe in New Hampshire we want to see it necessary, and maybe that's worth having a debate every few years when the federal whether we're when there are changes made at the federal level, whether we want to adopt those changes or whether we want to include some of the things that we have historically collected. And I guess right here, we're based on what, you've said that what we're eliminating is what's contained at the US Ed, in US Ed rules. But we won't know when those US Ed rules change because we don't have a US Ed rule law book,
So it's actually, it's a little bit more in the control of New Hampshire than that. And I think I did a poor job explaining it the first time. So whatever we write into our state ESSA plan is what we're held to by the federal statute. And so different states may have different lists of data and indicators. And so it's only if our state plan change, like if we decide, New Hampshire decides to rewrite our state plan, that's when that list of data and indicators would change. It wouldn't necessarily be a change initiated by the federal government. And when we talk, I think there was a section in the Legislative Oversight Committee that talked about the performance targets. So this list of data in the state ESSA plan has associated performance targets, which can be reviewed and approved by that Legislative Oversight Committee. So my guess is there would be some involvement, if any kind of change were to be recommended to the state ESSA plan, there'd probably be involvement by this legislative body in terms of any of those changes. So in that sense, we're lucky because the feds can't just come in and change that list. We defined that list, and we took essentially what was in our state statute and we stuck it into our state plan. And that's why they match, is we did an intentional effort to make them match. If that's helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's helpful, Nate. But I think losing them from the ESSA plan isn't in statute. The ESSA plan is what is developed by the department in consultation with the oversight committee. I think that was one of the things in the list. But having them in statute, I think I don't want to speak for Rick, but I think your concern is that you want them in, having them in statute has some meaning.
Well, I think we got to be accountable, not just to ESSA, but we got to be accountable to, as the legislative body, right, responsible for developing and identifying what an adequate education is. We are responsible to the people of the state to provide that. And these are the indicators that we are delivering that. Mm-hmm. There's got to be a place where we can reference these indicators other than in a federal application or plan for ESSA. So somewhere there's this stuff's, it took us years to put this together. It used to be much shorter. We could probably make a list that's twice that length in indicators, I'm sure.
Right.
But I can just remember Mary Guile talking, we got to have something about expulsion and suspension. That's in there. I'd hate to see this disappear, and I'd hate to then, as a state legislature, to hand this over to the State Board of Education to make that decision based upon a requirement that you have to report to the feds. It seems to me that we should be able to do both.
Right, and if, I mean, obviously there's a lot of court action right now, and the school funding formula may change. Oh. I'm sure will change again down the road.
Well, see, may change totally.
Yeah, and we sponsored a bill, co-sponsored a bill last year that took into consideration attendance rates and number of, or percentage of graduating high school students and things like that. So being able to reference some statutory language, in a school funding formula, I think has significant merit, because now the funding formula is requiring those metrics as well as the statute that they're referencing.
I'm absolutely fine with building an actual state accountability arm of the department, but the legislature just really needs to realize that that's a commitment they need to make and have people that are designated to do that work for state purposes rather than just for federal purposes. And that's a separate conversation that we're trying to not have as part of this bill. But that's a real concern, is we don't have designated people and staff at the department to oversee state accountability and ensure schools are providing an adequate education by the definition of the law.
And see, we went that route too when we were doing our assessments too. We didn't have the people, we didn't have the tests for social studies, so we bagged that down to the local level. You do it local. So it's, I guess that I'm trying to maintain program, and it seems that we've always designed our program around the dollar that's available to support program. So it's not program budgeting, we're just budgeting based upon a limited dollar. And I hate to see us then start developing our policy or our statutes based upon limited dollar. We should set that bar where we want to set the bar. And I agree, we got to fund it if we want that information and that data. But I think it'd be wrong to take this stuff out of law right now. I think we'd make a dreadful mistake and maybe not pay for it now, but maybe 3 or 4 years down the road, we would.
And then the other thing too is there's some of the federal information that's in the law, in the state law, but not all of it. So there's probably needs to be more comprehensive information in the state law. So the state law is not prescriptive enough to really get to where we need it to be. So probably all of the state law really needs, or all of the state plan needs to be in law.
Yeah, some of this on the second page talks about level 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's Fed stuff there, but we use it.
We use it to determine.
Could it best be served in minimum standards in the ed rules? Because this serves as a guidance of all the data collection. If it were in the ed rules, which is sort of what you follow to make sure would that solve anything?
To make it in rules? I mean, rules are just as inflexible as a law. I would say actually, as of lately, I think the law is more flexible than the rules, just given the process.
Okay.
How does the department collect this data right now? The indicators.
We have a form, and it says SASA number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we ask the schools how many of those indicators each student has completed.
Yeah.
So would you not be able to do that if we left these in?
No, we're required to do it by the federal law. So we're going to be doing it regardless.
So then what is the additional money that you're talking about if you're doing it anyways?
We have nobody that's doing it for the state side of things. So realistically, if you're going to have two different systems, two different accountability systems, then there should be some people that are focusing on the state stuff and some people that are focusing on the federal stuff.
$1 billion.
What do the superintendents say? Do they have an opinion on that? Do you know?
On
I'm aware of those.
On keeping this in statute versus not?
well, I mean, the superintendents have to do it regardless because they know they have to do it for ESSA. So they don't care whether it's, they didn't say anything, but I'm guessing they don't care whether they have to do it, the difference from the state or the federal, they still have to do it. Yeah, it's not like the work changes for them.
I don't know how to resolve this mess, but I do know that this information is needed, I believe. And it says right here, the Department of Education shall develop in a reasonable schedule to collect the reporting of data required by the state and federal law. Now, if we're going to take the state out of the business here, we might as well just let the feds tell us how to do everything. Now, I'm going kind of extreme there, but I understand there's a lot of dollars come down from the feds, and I understand that 70% of your staff over there are paid through federal dollars?
I don't know what the percentage off the top of my head,
That's
but
pretty
it's
close to that.
high.
Yeah. So, and I think that we can't just let the State Board of Education start developing this stuff without having the legislature involved with it.
I mean, I can tell you that Nate and I believe that there should be a strong state accountability system. Yeah. And, we would love to designate as many resources to it as possible. This is work the department should be doing and would like to be doing, and we're trying to implement the law the best we possibly can, given the resources that we have to do it. But we have a lot of opinions on what we could be doing versus and what we should be doing. And there's better ways to do all of it.
So if we're collecting it anyways, and if it is virtually the same, would not the same reports work for both?
So my point right now, yes, today we can do a 2-for-1. But the second there's a slight change, we can't do a 2-for-1 anymore. And this kind of thing is changing frequently. I mean, there very well could be. So if this bill isn't going to pass, say right now, and then we start doing something again next fall or whatever, we're a year out, and we might have changes, and we might need to do different systems, and that's what we're trying to avoid because we don't have adequate resources to run multiple systems.
Thank you.
And you're talking about changes in the federal rules
Or the plan.
or the plan.
Or the state plan.
Or the
I think because a good one is we've had a lot of conversations about we should go back to the field and work with the field and look at the college career readiness indicator list, which is that list that Representative Vlad just brought up. There's a lot of superintendents have brought to us and said, oh well, what about this, or why isn't this on the list? And we agree. The list was put together in 2015, and it probably could be looked at since we're almost 8 years down the road on that. So if that were to happen, we would work with stakeholders to potentially change that list. We would get approval from the U.S. Department of Education. We would modify our data collection, but now we'll have the state plan or the state law that requires us to collect the old list and then the federal collecting the new list. So we'll have two separate data collections that are required to be done by the school districts. And then we'll need kind of people to monitor both of those separate data collections. And then two different designations. We're going to be doing a CSI designation for the federal level based on a federal list, and a CSI designation on the state level based on a very different list.
Sure, but I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nate. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, so one concrete example is this past legislative cycle, there was requirements added in around the FAFSA, where schools now have to make sure that students are filling out the FAFSA. Right. And the last data point on here, letter O, under that list of data indicators, is the number and percentage of graduating high school students provided in-person assistance in completing the FAFSA. So those were all new requirements added to state statute. But when you look at the accountability plan under the PBAS doesn't include that language because we pull that from our state ESSA plan. So that's an instance right now where there's one data requirement in the state plan tied to adequate education, but our accountability system is the CSI school system, which does not include that data requirement. So each time one of these areas changes, either we have to go and change the back end of it, or we have to somehow make the two systems comply with each other. And that's where the implementation side of it gets difficult for the department, because there's two systems, essentially, the state and federal system. And it's, to Caitlin's point, I think the more one changes versus the other one, the more we're going to be running two simultaneous but different systems, and we'll have to have multiple sets of staff to do those.
Right. But again, the federal accountability is, there's about $200 million that comes along from the federal government. To put that in context, $1 billion from the state of New Hampshire and $2 billion from local property taxpayers. So I think the state accountability part is really assuring that our own taxpayers' money is being used in a way that's yielding good results. And I think our school funding formula hopefully is migrating in a direction. I think we made some very strong changes to it this year in the House budget.
If the Senate doesn't mess around with it.
Well, we got to make sure of that, and that moves us in that direction as well. But in order to be able to do that, we're going to need to make sure that we're collecting the information we need to not just be accountable to the lowest performing schools, but to all schools across the state. So that sort of where were we at the 5% cut or the 7% cut or whatever it was the other Monday when we were talking about this. I don't think that cuts it for the for the state, and so I'd be very maybe not all of this needs to remain in statute, but maybe a lot of it does. I mean,
A lot of it is, it's information that gives us feedback. For example, like the concurrent dual enrollment
Yeah.
indicator, where we want to know the number of kids that pass at least one course concurrent dual enrollment. Now, I know that may be difficult to attain, seeing we're now working with the community college pretty closely on that. Another indicator right down here where, you know, the number of kids that are completing International Baccalaureate program or a AP course.
So those things are, I think what we don't want to do is, or I guess the intent of the department when we worked with the legislature in 2017 to tie the two together was so we had the same system for both. I don't think it makes sense to have two very similar but slightly different systems. They should be exactly the same, or we should have just a state accountability system. And maybe the decision of this committee is that we should go in and say what is important for the purpose of state accountability and actually design a state accountability system that is not just a shadow system of the federal
I'll be very
system.
honest with you, Caitlin. When I looked at that back in 2017, my intent was to get information back which would let me know whether we are delivering this adequate education. I had less intent, and I probably didn't have any intent regarding the ESSA stuff, the stuff that goes to the feds. I was more concerned that we are getting back some measure that says that we're providing that opportunity for an adequate education. And I think if we take these indicators out, we're going to, you know, I don't know where we'll end up. It's all going to be an ESSA plan. Nobody's ever going to see it.
And I think that we just want to remember too, the only thing we're talking about here is a college and career readiness indicators for seniors in high school. We're not talking about a comprehensive accountability system. So we should talk about what it means for all grades and what accountability looks like for all grades.
It was underneath adequacy, underneath the topic, delivery of an adequate education.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that says, yes, career readiness that's something that came out of the era back then, 2015, 17. Started with Ross Cattell pumping that stuff, and then here we are now. I just, you know, I'm fearful that if we don't maintain some of this, does the federal program want to know the number of kids go off to military experience?
This is a mirror of the federal program right now.
All these things in here are a mirror?
When we wrote this bill in 2017, we copied and pasted the federal plan into this.
So you get the information.
Right.
So why are we taking out a statute?
Because what we didn't want is what's in the plan to be slightly different from the state. That's the only reason why. We didn't want there to be two slightly different lists, one a federal list and one a state list. We wanted them to mirror each other. There's not a difference right now, no.
The only difference being the feds fund.
Oh, yes. No.
No, ideally we would never rewrite it again, and it would just continue to be a system that's supporting the field. We did make some amendments and changes to it over the past 2 years as a result of the pandemic, because there was 1 year where we didn't run the state assessment. There was 1 year where we ran the assessment, but there was limited accountability. But those were addendums based upon the circumstances of the pandemic. Outside of that, we have the discretion as a state to determine when we want to rewrite that plan.
And then the funding is tied to that, right, through American Rescue and Recovery Act, whatever. Do you know if there's a sunset date for that?
So I don't know about the recovery fund specifically, but all title funds are tied to that ESSA plan. So schools receive
Okay.
Title 1, 2, 3, 4, through Title 9. All those funds are tied to us fulfilling our obligations of the state ESSA plan. Yeah.
Regardless whether they're Title I school or not.
Correct.
But I would think we would want to have the state be the one who takes precedence, and any new statutes that we pass be the ones that the plan be changed based on our statutes, not our statutes based on the plan.
That might not be allowable because there might be a federal statute that would change that would require our plan to change. So we would have to change our federal plan based on any federal law, even if it were to conflict in the state law, assuming we would want to continue to participate in the federal programs. Federal has priority.
And so I know Caitlin has talked a little bit about resources. So the bureau that I oversee is the Bureau of Assessment and Accountability. In terms of positions, I have one person in that bureau that does accountability. So that person's job is to oversee the ESSA federal plan that we have for CSI, TSI, and ATS schools. And that's part of why we mirrored the state accountability with the state ESSA plan, because we have one staff member of the department that must oversee both. And so we don't want to have two different competing systems that have to be implemented by one staff member.
Yeah.
In the 1,500 pages of budget or in the Senate, what happened to the bill we passed to give them a data analyst?
That's in the bill. That's an HB two.
A data analyst alone is not necessary. So
I'm just saying, big step.
yeah, so let me I can talk about the people that are paid by the federal funding to do some of this work. So we have several staffers that do the data collection side of things, and they're known as I4C help desk folk, and they are on the phone 24/7 with schools collecting data and whatnot. We then have data or data warehouse architects that warehouse all the data, do all of the matching, all the different calculations. We then have a contractor, which we're hoping to have a position replace the contractor because there's really Intel that does all of the calculations, is in charge of all of the business rules. Actually, sorry, 2 contractors that do that work. And then we have at least one internal position that oversees the reporting side of things. We then have another contractor this is all paid by federal funding, that oversees all of the federal report cards that are required to be put out where we put all of this data out. And I'm sure I'm forgetting a couple, but we're talking about quite a bit of staff and resources that are paid by federal funds that support this work. So.
We don't need to fix it today.
I was just gonna say
We don't need to fix it today. And if this stays in the law, it's not going to be the end all be all. You can put it back in. It's just a little bit messy, and we have potential issues by going forward by leaving it this way if there are changes. Because the department will probably begin to work with the field about changing the college and career readiness indicators at a minimum going forward, and potentially some other CSI school designations. But there probably should be some more staff at the department focused on state accountability. I don't know that most people would disagree with that statement. If it's an important work that the department's doing.
How many people are you talking about?
We've got to figure out what the state, if we were to have a state accountability system that looks different than the federal, we would have to see what that system looks like.
And what's your average cost person? 140,000?
Approximately. Yeah, with benefits, yes.
Yeah.
you'd have to add access for ELLs as well in the list. I had that in my notes. We talked about CNS readiness, CNC readiness and access for ELL. Was it your intent to add that to that list? Or just my notes?
What page are you looking at?
On the same, delivery of an adequate education, still on the list.
So that is a part of the federal accountability system.
It is
So,
in there.
Yeah, when we look at this particular list here, this is relative to just the college and career ready data, so the CCR indicator. But the ESSA plan is much more broad, and there's several sections in there that refer to access testing and English language proficiency. Yeah, so it is part of the larger system.
So we have to have as a minimum what the federal guidelines are if we want the money. But we could add over and above that if we want more. But if we had this other person, would they be able to could they use all of the federal stuff that we have and just look at whatever additional stuff we asked for?
Yeah, it's hard to talk about a theoretical accountability system without saying what it may or may not look like, but potentially. Anytime there's duplication, we try to be as efficient as possible with duplication and duplicative efforts to collect data and whatnot. We've even tried to do a 2-for-1 when we were talking about civics. We said, oh, should civics be a college and career readiness indicator? Because we were just literally trying to do a 2-for-1 with that one. But that's just not, what we're doing. So
I think we could go round and round for a long time since we have on this. It seems to me that if there is no need to update the ESSER plan, or you don't foresee it because it's been approved, that we wait and see moving forward. I mean, maybe in 6 months, there'll be,
I think
I know what you're trying to do and it makes sense.
Yeah, I think the thing
coordinate
is
that,
it was, we probably didn't put enough of the ESSA language, like, there's not enough of the ESSA language that's in the state law that you could do it without reading the plan. So there's probably more information that needs to be added in the state law to actually be able to implement it if you wanted to be able to do it independently of the federal plan. So it was just too short, essentially.
On this sheet, going beyond the indicators that Jen's provided us, I'm looking at the portions which deal with performance-based accountability system and then performance-based school accountability system verification process. All that's been left out.
Which one? What page are you on?
Well, I'll look at page 9, the last page. The commissioner shall work with school officials and faculty from selected schools to implement the performance-based school accountability program and to develop a data collection system which will allow schools to easily report results to the department for analysis and reporting. It's all the responsibilities of the commissioner.
So I think that this language was written prior to the existence of, I think this was the enabling language that allowed the department to collect the data collection or to establish the data collection systems that we have right now. And so we didn't feel like this was necessary because we already have those systems in place. So we already have those. I mean, if you want to put it back in there,
What
you
happens
can.
if we change and we do something different? Would we have to reference back to this to say what the commissioner responsibilities are? For future purposes, if we're not using it right now, maybe we will in the future. I'm looking, last time we identified with that one was 2018.
So most of the system, and I kind of hate to keep saying it, but the performance-based school accountability system, the PBAS system, is all detailed really extensively in that state plan. And so that's why some of these sections were pulled out, because much of that is in the plan itself. So when you look at the bill as proposed now, the PBAS system identifies CSI, TSI, and ATS schools as being those underperforming schools that are not demonstrating the criteria for an adequate education. But the process by which those schools are identified is all detailed out in the state ESSA plan. And the current sections of statute here are more vague than the specifics that are actually in the state ESSA plan. So I can understand the concern of, well, it looks like we're pulling that section out and we're not replacing it with anything. But what's actually happening is we're taking those sections out because the really detailed language of what the system looks like, what the checks and balances are, what the data collection is all in that state ESSA plan, which is, really, it's about 100 plus pages of, the actual process the department follows for identifying those underperforming schools. So there's sort of almost like two branches that I feel like we could go here a little bit is, what we've tried to do is take out a lot of the vagueness in current statute and reference CSI, TSI, and ATS schools as the ones that are the schools that aren't meeting, all of those benchmark targets that we've set in our plan. The other thing we could do is if we want that level of specificity in the law, we almost have to take what's in our current ESSA plan and put that into the law. But again, you're talking about over 100 pages of really detailed out, accountability system and programs that are in that plan. And that's where we get a little bit hesitant, because if you detail them in both places, anytime one changes, the other one does. So it's kind of, those are the two paths. I think from an implementation perspective, when we look at, okay, how do we go to our staff? How does the department work with the field to make sure they understand what is the accountability system? We want to make sure we're all talking about the same accountability system. And we can detail that anywhere. We can detail that in state statute. We can detail that in the ESSA plan. And I think that's sort of up to this body to determine. We just don't want to end up in a situation where we have competing accountability systems existing in both and then trying to explain that to the field.
Okay, so am I totally confused about how all of this works? I thought the state came up with state statute, which was kind of more general. And then the department and whatever rules get developed about how to implement the state statute. And so your plan would have to follow state statute. So taking state statute out, then you no longer have the authority to even do your plan, do you? I mean, doesn't the statute have to stay there so that you can do your plan?
And that's what, there are still the sections of the performance-based accountability system in this bill that's being proposed. So it's not being removed. What we've done is we've cleaned it up, and the language that is now being proposed in this bill references the performance-based accountability system. And it's so our state statute says schools must follow the performance-based accountability system, which is in the state ESSA plan. And we've defined both of those things in statute. So then when a school looks at that, they go, oh, I'm required by New Hampshire state statute to follow PBAS. PBAS is in the state ESSA plan. And so you pull that state ESSA plan up, and there's your 120 pages of school accountability that they have to do. We have to do it regardless because it's a federal requirement. So no matter what the state statute says, we're going to do the state ESSA plan. What we tried to do is make sure that the state statute said, because we're doing accountability, and because the department and schools already have to do the state ESSA plan, let's mirror our state and federal accountability. And when we wrote the state plan, we took all the indicators from state statute and put that in there. So this list of data that includes things like CTE indicators, suspension and expulsion data, attendance rates, that's all in the state's plan. And now the statute just says schools and department, you have to do the state plan. So the authority is there. It's just not spelled out in detail the system in both places.
I got you, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And then Oliver.
the ESSA plan, as I remember, we went through it piece by piece and voted on it. And I just noticed, I was trying to find it, and I just noticed that there's modifications that have been requested by the Department of Education on the ESSA plan, and yet that hasn't come through the legislature, as far as I know. Is that not what's supposed to happen, or why is that happening as well?
So I believe those are the addendum requests that we had made as a result of the pandemic. Those are the most recent changes that we would have made to the plan. And those we had to make because the state plan is based off of 3 years worth of data. And because we didn't run the state assessment system during that first year of the pandemic, and then we had limited data the second year, we didn't have 3 years worth of data to hold schools accountable to. So we had applied for some limited changes to the state plan with the feds so that we weren't held accountable to 3 years of data when we didn't have 3 years worth of data. It was, I believe it had been put out for public comment at the time when it was submitted. And we had to have a approval through the governor's office as well. So I know it was vetted through the governor's office.
It never came through the legislative branch, which seems like if we're the ones that are doing the statutes for education, it should come through us. Wouldn't it seem that way to anybody else?
Absolutely. And especially if the data that you're collecting is conditioned by what's listed in the plan, if changes can be made to the plan unilaterally or without legislative oversight, then what do we know what we're losing or what we no longer have access to?
Yeah, and I will say we didn't change the system at all. We just requested an ability to push the system, the timeline of the system forward by 2 years.
Right. No, I appreciate that, but I think what Representative Tanner's concern is that changes could be made without legislative involvement, and there's certainly one of the things I think we learned in the School Funding Commission was the importance of years of data that has been consistently collected, because then you can really look at trends and develop different mechanisms for funding and accountability. And if you've got breaks in that data because something's no longer being collected because the ESSA plan has changed, then some of that data may no longer be relevant for future use. So I want to sort of tread carefully on what it is we'd be losing by taking some of these, or taking all these out, or taking some of them out, and know exactly what the legislature might want to continue to collect for current and future, state accountability. I think, Caitlin, you laid out the right question: is what do we want to really be doing here? Having a state accountability plan and a federal accountability plan, or one plan, or both plans, or or what is it?
Yeah, and I think that, when we did this in 2018, I did see that it was 2018 since then. I think the intent was to tie the two together, and it sounds like potentially that was maybe a mistake. But if that's what we're saying, if we want to run two separate systems, it was a mistake by the department and the legislature to tie the two together.
Yeah, I'm not saying it was a mistake to tie them together back then. It probably got us off to a good start on that, but I don't necessarily think that state accountability should absolutely follow federal accountability, because I think you're sort of being accountable for different things, and state accountability is a lot greater. I mean, there's certainly a lot more dollars involved at the state and local level than there are at the federal level. And then, as Rick mentioned right at the top, we may want to use some of this data for other purposes too, whether that's at the at K-12 or at programs with the community college system. I mean,
Sounds like we're fighting that stuff between Jefferson and Hamilton. Yeah. Disaster. Look where we are.
Yeah, if you read the Federalist Papers, they kind of describe where we're at, some of those.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask one question.
Go ahead, Oliver.
Part of the problem for someone like me who's not been in this system at all is trying to figure out, to whom do I go to find the answer to my question? And it seems to me that much of what we're looking and talking about would be made easier to think if we had an index of some sort that tells me that you used to keep this money over here, but now it's kept over there, but part of it is sent off to somebody else, and there's no roadmap to find out what happened. So how do we have what I call accountability, which is an ultimate accounting, and this system calls accountability? Well, we have a process for that. And I don't see that there's an end point in the process. And so it's very hard to follow, not having participated with you in this, exactly what went where and why, and what was it spent for, and what was the result, and how all that gets together. And you're talking about, well, we sent that to these people, we sent that to those people. They can tell you what happened to it, but without asking you. If the two of you retired, we'd have to shut down the state government.
It's nice to
Yes,
think.
that's, thanks.
Not proposing an easy out, right? But
So-
nonetheless, you get my dilemma. That
I do. We've had similar conversations, I think, with community members, with parents, with superintendents and principals. And what's the best way of communicating out all the data that the department does collect? I think one thing that's important to understand is this is a relatively short list of data indicators we're talking about here. It's A through O. If you go onto the iReport system, we publish a report card annually for every school in every district that probably has over 100 different pieces of data related to each of those individual schools and districts. So it's a snapshot here. And I think when we talk about building accountability systems, if you're talking about really looking at it from start to finish, you have to figure out, well, what is it that we want to hold people accountable to? Most of this data we're talking about here is really high school level data. But we're reporting on data that includes things like the number of classes and percentages of students being taught by early career teachers versus experienced teachers versus teachers that are teaching outside of their subject area. all the different percentages and breakdowns of all the different subgroups of students and their educational progress through K-12. So there's a huge amount of data that the department collects, presents, and reports out on those school and district report cards. And part of that is the accountability system, right? And one is the public transparency of having all that data. But the other part is, what are the sections that we're going to say, these are the core tenets that we're going to, have schools report on that is tied to an accountability system where we say, okay, where are the schools that are underperforming? Where are the schools that need the most assistance? How can we better direct things like state and federal dollars toward the schools to bring them up to where we want the performance of those schools and students to be? So I think there's some larger questions here, obviously about systems, but there's far more data that we collect and publish and put out there than I think is just what's included on this list here.
Well, I get that too. When I called this summer, Caitlin, asking you, how many kids have IEPs requiring more than 80% of the time, less than 80% of the time? How many are in hospital situations or, residential placements? And you had that information for me very, very quickly. So I understand that. However, I'm conflicted in this right here from the standpoint, I feel that this information's important that we get this from our schools. From a state perspective, there's some state issues here, which I'm sure may not be federal issues. For example, when we wanted to know how many schools had their emergency management plans in,
Right.
and we found out 20%. Then we had a hammer on them. We got a little bit more. When we had the teacher shortage committee here, wanting to know how many superintendents have forwarded their numbers in, and Steve says, nah, maybe 46%. I got as high as 56% the other day, he said. So I know you have to chase people to get this information. I know you are overwhelmed with it, but I'm just a little contrary to trying to not include this stuff somewhere within statute. Yeah.
And Rick, I think it raises a, based on, some of the comments that Nate and Caitlin have made, it raises the question, when we take a look at this and what sort of data that we want to be collecting for state purposes, is this the list here? Is this the exhaustive list? Are there other things? Nate said, they collect, this is probably a tip of the iceberg.
Right.
Obviously, from the data you collect on the DOE 25
Right.
is
Yeah,
so
we're
much.
not even touching financial.
Right, we're not even touching, this is all,
Right.
this is student outcome data. And,
Correct.
and, yeah, and so there may be,
But so the demographic information and some of that, all of that is contained within the plan. It's just not demonstrated here within the state law. So it's kind of we should put all of the information in the state law so we can do a comprehensive, or we should have it's all or none sort of situation.
that's something to consider.
But we're not saying eliminate what we eliminate.
No,
what
so
we have.
but let's put the rest in it though.
And we're not coming forward and saying, hey, we want to add more of these indicators in here. When I met with this, the commissioner, when we did this back, 2000, whatever, 21, 20, we've done it so often. He and I sat down and we could draw up a list of 25 just like that. And we put in what we thought was necessary, concurrent dual enrollment and some of the other things that really, give us information which was usable and good information. We knew we'd need it when we're designing budgets, when we're chasing the additional dollars, and that does help us. That helped us when we were able to obtain the extra $3.25 million this year for each year of the biennium for concurrent dual enrollment from 1.5, I think it was. But without that information, then we're going to have finance turning around at us and say, what do you need? Show us why you need it. Well, if we have the number of kids, we can show why.
And I just want to be clear, we're not proposing that we wouldn't continue to collect that information. We would continue to collect that information because the federal law requires us to. So.
It seems like we should keep it in statute as well.
Yeah, because we're not in charge of federal.
Right.
Exactly.
Are there any things in here which are not federally required? Yes.
No, all of those are in the federal plan.
Some of these were state oriented. They
Right.
don't ask for FAFSA information, do they?
So it's our federal plan that's approved by the Fed. So we as
Okay.
the state have the authority to do that. So what we did is we took the information from our plan that's approved by the feds and put that into state law.
Do you have to put all these in the federal plan? We can have them in the state plan right here.
So yeah, they're currently the same.
Yeah,
But don't we?
only because we allow it to be the same, because we're pumping this stuff in. Yeah, that's because we put it there.
Yeah, but don't we put it in the ESSA plan because we had put it in the state statutes, and then we put it in the ESSA plan, and then we went to the federal government and said, you know, this is what we want to do.
No, the federal plan came first, and then we put it in the state plan. So what we did, there's a whole different PBAS system that was in state law in 2017. If you have an old law book in that room over there, I'd go grab it because it might be helpful in this conversation. But there was a whole different PBAS system that was in place. And then in that time, we said, you know what, let's not have two different accountability systems with the same assessments of the same kids, and then two separate lists of which schools are not not providing an adequate education or bottom 5% of schools. So that's when we went in and tied the two together. But the federal plan came first, and then we modified the state law.
Sort of like my teacher in the law class where we were just taught the federal government writes all this stuff and the state just says, okay, put it in state law.
That's what we did in this situation. Yes.
But you didn't have to put all this, you didn't have to put the number of New Hampshire scholars in, did you?
We didn't have to put any of those in.
Yeah.
So we as a state came up with college and career readiness indicators because we needed another. So you're required to have different indicators. And is college and career readiness our equity?
Yeah.
So we were required to have an equity indicator in the federal plan, and we as a state chose to have college and career readiness indicators. Is this right? And so our college and career readiness indicators are what we established, and we listed those all out. And that's what the plan is. And then we put that in the plan with a list of stakeholders. We came up with that list and asked for approval from the Department of Education, from the U.S. Department of Education in our plan to approve our plan.
We need to put a big question mark on this page and pursue discussion on this, or try to really think this thing out a little bit. I don't think we're going to be too much more productive today. Yeah. I
We
guess
have to go to
Keene tomorrow.
We have to go to court tomorrow, so.
Yeah, so you're testifying tomorrow?
Oh no.
Oh, good luck.
TBD.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're done for today. 266 was the last thing. We went through that first part and we got that cleaned up, or not cleaned up, but we know what we have to do. And this last part, we have to give a lot of thought to that. So we won't be meeting next week other than what day do we have? Tuesday? In some places, I know that's spring break. Isn't it up north?
Most of the state is school vacation week next week.
Next week, so
Yeah.
we have nothing else scheduled for next week, other than Tuesday. But the following week we will have, and we'll pick this up.
Can
need
I
to
just
pick
ask
this one up, too.
for clarification? So what do you need from the department or from us at this time? Because I'm not sure. Like I know we have a couple areas that we said we would make corrections and whatnot, but
Did you get all the corrections from the first several pages that we had discussed?
I mean I took notes, but I haven't done anything
Yeah.
with them yet. I don't even know what the process for doing that is.
I was kind of waiting until we had waded through all this, but
Yeah.
we don't have all those answers yet. We have to have this bill out. What's the date? We have to have it out by of May. No.
It's May in 2 weeks.
Last day to report all remaining Senate bills, because this is not going to a second committee, is June 1. So we have a little bit of time here.
We have to do amendments, right?
Pardon me?
So is it amendments?
Well, you're wise making one amendment to 666 rather than have multiple
Right.
amendments. So I guess what we'll do is meet after this next week. I'll set a date then. Let's see, we're going into, are we into next month? Yeah, the Thursday will be a session day, I'm sure, because there's no session days this month. There will be in May.
Okay.
So most likely we'll have something where we meet on either that Tuesday or that Wednesday. What, are you tied up with finance, with the Senate?
I mean,
We'll have to-
we will be, but
Yeah.
it's, I mean, indeterminable, I think, at
It's-
this point. We have one presentation tomorrow and we have a capital presentation, I think, May 5th or something like that.
Uh-huh.
But
Well, what I'll do is I'll talk with you, Caitlin, and find out, I'll try to identify the dates. We don't have anything scheduled and let you know those dates and you let me know which is a good date for you.
okay. Yeah, I mean, and I think, you know, as much of this as we can get done, I think will help the department. And I think we can figure out where we can compromise and where
There might be
we can't
some areas
compromise.
that we may not be, but we can get a lot done. That we could move on.
Yeah, and I think the areas that it seems like the areas that you guys have the most concern of don't actually affect the department. It was more kind of overall I think we'll be okay. I think the majority of the housekeeping stuff, it seemed like we all had concurrence on, and that's actually what we need to be able to really implement the system.
Okay.
So,
Okay, so we'll set a time up for the week after next
okay,
to get together on 266.
sounds good.
Are you talking about you three, you talking about?
I'm talking about the whole committee. Unless you don't want to come, you know, it'd be more like a work session, try to get this thing squared away a little bit.
Yeah.
I think it would be helpful to know if we wanted to know where the current 193:3 would reside in 266, where would that be? Because E3 has been taken over by the construction.
Yes.
Yeah, we can-
Yeah, we can point that out,
Yeah.
and bring that back, yeah.
Yeah, that would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you wanted to leave it all in as is without making change, what that would look like.
We can do that.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We have a meeting scheduled for May 8th. Higher education and teacher shortage. When's oversight?
Monday, May 1st, I have. I think it's in the calendar.
The current calendar? Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
I mean, if we don't have anything to do, no problem.
I'm sure there is. There's so many committees. I'm trying to remember what I'm doing tomorrow. It's in Keene. Yeah, we were viewing 306. That's what that is doing.
Yeah.
That's doing the education rules.
Yeah.
Well, that's important.
Yeah. Is there a copy of it on the website or? No, I'm just saying in general.
I got my copy from Jen. And then I put it on my computer.